live.
Means we're live. Everyone's gonna filter in. There we go. All right. Hello. We're back with Echoes of Ruin. Catchy Cantrips, we just met you for the first time today. Thanks for hopping on over. Earlier, I was on Nikki's channel. We did a one-shot for Ocean Week in Canada. And I got to meet some new people there, and it was a really, really wonderful time. So thank you so much for joining us from that stream specifically. And it has been a little bit because we took off last week, so it's been 2 weeks for us. And we were hopping in today, and we were immediately like, oh no, I might be rusty. So that's why I was like, please pardon the rest while we hop back into it. And thank you, Bogley. This is my Lucia shirt. If you ever get to see a Cirque du Soleil show, I very much suggest this one because it's my fucking favorite. I'm sorry, I pulled it right up to my face when I did that. I'm sorry. I saw you like lean back, and then I was like, oh no. But it was too late.
Listen, it's no pomegranate.
That's cool. I didn't realize you had that kind of microphone. I want one.
Yeah, it's magnetic. It's the only way I think it actually like catches most things, and it's one of my favorites. By the way, I got it on sale for like $60, and there's two. I'll send you a link after this. But, we're back with Echoes of Ruin. Before we hop into everything, as per usual, I love to let my cast introduce themselves, who they're playing. Not exactly who they're playing tonight, but who they're playing. And any projects they might be excited about, anything they have going on for them that they're looking forward to. And I will get us started with LS because she's so punctual every time. She's in here pretty much first. Also, I love the color of your hair. So.
Oh my god, don't out me like that. This is uncomfortable.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, hi, I'm LS. I'm nothing and nowhere. That's my thing now. I play here. No. I love it here. It's great. Yeah, I don't have any real other things going on. I don't really have any presents going on. I just have an Instagram devoted to my dog. But I'm so happy to be here.
We are trying to steal you full time.
I'm into it. Adopt me. I cook. Let's go to Ava because oh my god, that look is so amazing.
Well, hello, my darlings and my dearest dears. It's your Madam Ava here. I am happy to be here, as always, at one of my 2 vacation homes. You can find me at my other vacation home, Folk and Myth. In the future, I have nothing officially announced yet, but I'll be a part of a couple of things in the next couple weeks, month-ish. So follow me over there. And I just play very lovely women who do nothing wrong, and they are wonderful, pure, and just great. You can't hate them. And yeah, I'll pass it over to manifesting bad for you. Let's see. Let's go to Nanners.
I play. Well, redacted. No, I play Brother the Head Chopper. I'm very excited. He's a big orc. He's got a huge axe.
The perfect guy you bring to a non-magic fight.
Yeah, he's great. He's a hexblade though. He actually melee.
Oh, maybe not. I thought he was a barbarian. Let's continue.
Yeah. No, he should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very excited. No, he unfortunately not playing him. He was basically banned, and I'm very sad. But damn,
not banned him.
Letters.
It's a shame too, because he just got Black Razor.
Yeah. I'll never get Black Razor. I need a petition for that at some point. Anywho, I'm getting seriously derailed. Can't talk about who I'm playing tonight, but I do DM on Fridays. We are getting our session zeros in for the Dark Matter horror campaign that I'm running. That should be going live in 2-3 weeks, something like that. So we'll see what happens. I think that's it in terms of stuff, since I can't talk about characters. So I'm gonna pass it off to everyone's favorite manservant, Joe. Take it away.
Joe is the manservant, not called.
I was gonna say, if I'm not allowed to mention my character that's behind me, that's very awkward of a transition.
You can't talk about the character that's behind you.
I assume we're introducing the people on screen behind us. That's Caldwell. I play Caldwell. He's a butler. He's very good at it, and he's very professional. And he's just doing his best to hold this household together as they go through some rough times. But I'm Joe. I'm not a manservant, even if I play one on stream. Yeah, I'm here. That's what I am. I have Microcosmic God. It is my username across all things, and I have a Twitch that I'm very. I'm an absentee father for that Twitch, but eventually I'll get around to it. But in the meantime, I'm here. I'm here now, and I'm here on Fridays when we're doing Friday stuff. I'll be doing Dark Matter when we do Dark Matter stuff. It's gonna be a good time making Foos draw robots. And
That's not a good time.
It was great. You whipped it out in like 10 minutes. It looked so good.
It was not 10 minutes.
It was close enough.
She whipped it out.
Well, I provided
That's
her so
what-
many feet pics. She had no choice.
Oh,
Anywho,
Rose.
Evie, you made such a great face
Uh-huh.
to that lack of context.
Oh
Ew.
my god.
Well, I am Evie the Disaster GM. Normally, you can find me over on Altered Echo Archives, where I am the primary GM and the director of our games over there, playing Cypher System instead of D&D. Tonight, well, this behind me that we theoretically are allowed to introduce is Jet Duty, who is a warlock and did the whole trancing like a gargoyle at the top of the stairs last time, prior to us having something happen because Foos likes to torment her players. My pronouns are she, they, or any, because I don't really care. Jet Ditties are, for the most part, she. Let's bounce it over to Anita.
Anita. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be back. It's been like 2 weeks, but it's felt like forever. I play Lisette Odunse here, normally. Again, Foos might be terrorizing us, and maybe that changes. Maybe I come up with a background character. But, yeah. Anita, Lisette. Anita uses they, she pronouns. Lisette uses she, her pronouns. You can find me on Spotify with the Issues podcast. Just the funkiest little lesbian is over there saving the world. Well, not saving the world, saving the city. Maybe she might be terrorizing the city a little bit. She's supposed to be saving it. That's me. God, all this Black Racer talk. I think, would it be an idea to like have like rewards and like as a reward, like Nenners gets Black Racer in a one shot, like a million bits, and Nenners gets Black Racer. Who knows?
I'm pretty sure that Nenners has a million bits, though, because they all
Ooh,
watch these,
okay.
and Nenners
Bits,
is in
like actual
every
money,
single
not
one
points.
of these.
Well,
Bits, like
yeah.
the money, not the
Oh, yeah, then that's
channel
fine.
points. Yeah.
yeah,
That's fine
we
then.
can spitball it, but
Yeah.
that's me, and I will take it back to our merciful, our kind, and our lovely GM, Foos. Take it away,
Wow, look at
Foos.
Geez, thanks. Oh my gosh. I'm Foos. I'm the very lucky DM for this lovely cast of characters. I apparently am not letting someone into the music room. I'm sorry. I just gave you the thumbs up, so hopefully you can listen in now. I don't know who that was.
I was
But,
late to the party.
Oh no worries. But all right, thank you for dropping by, Catchy Cantrips. We appreciate it. 145,000 points. Yeah, that feels accurate. Because Nenners is literally in everything.
145,000? Get your shit together, you pauper.
What do you have? What?
172.2, baby.
Okay.
Good God.
Shit.
Good God. Good God is correct. But yeah, I'm the lucky DM for this lovely cast, and then we have a couple of new things coming up. The Dreams of a Derelict is coming up soon, and I know Nenners and I were chatting about another possible like midweek series, or small series and such. So we'll see what that looks like in the future. And then on Monday, I will be on Riv's channel for our lovely Tales of Teleria. So lots of exciting things, as always, happening around here. And, before I forget, all of our bits and subs go to our lovely friend Maya, who is in remission for cancer, but still handling a lot of other health issues. So everything we get from this channel goes to someone who could really use it. So we really appreciate everything that is given. So thank you for anything that does come along. And also, we are super close to 600 followers. We're about 6 away, I believe now. We're at 594. So as soon as we hit 600, we'll do our raffle for the cheesy dice. So thanks for hanging out with us. And if you're new around here, come follow us so you can possibly win some cheesy dice. It's a good time. Also, stay for us yelling at each other and just laughing and constantly having as much fun as possible. All right, so with all the usual announcements and the introductions out of the way, this is where we will get into, I saw Evie's gif that cracked me up. We will hop into our adventure now, which is our recap, and then we will pop back into things. So last time on Echoes of Ruin, I'm going to give a bit more of an overview in this particular recap. Partially because it's been an extra week, so, certain details might have been lost, but also so that we can kind of come into the scene with all the information that feels necessary. So, our team here came together kind of unintentionally, but with a missing brother from Trill. Trill was able to find help within Morlo and Jatsidi in terms of trying to find her brother. They weren't having a lot of success up until this particular day, but they had some stirrings in news that he might be around a particular building known as the Flask and Silk. And beside them, the family, with Nima, Lizette, and Caldwell, were more or less going about their business, but also knew that their particular business was next to a building that had been recently gutted and was just kind of being strange overall. Also, the Flask and Silk. The team met unintentionally over some samosas after a brief conversation, and after recognizing a familiar and terrifying cultist symbol within the building of the Flask and Silk, the sisters Nima and Lizette came rushing back to find Caldwell at the samosa stand with the other three, Trill, Morlo, and Jatsidi. Having met each other and being able to have brief conversation, the team eventually decided that they were going to come over for Imani's birthday, but just for dinner, as Imani is Nima's daughter and was very happy to meet everyone and just really wanted to hang out with them as much as they could, or as long as possible, essentially. So they decided to head over to the home of the family, Nima, Caldwell, and Lizette, and during that time, for a very brief moment at least, they were able to kind of socialize with Imani. Some fun moments happened, but they waited until night to go visit the building of the Flask and Silk. Once inside, there seemed to have been a ritual that had started, in which 5 cultists were on the ground, bleeding out, not quite dead yet. Trill's brother was towards the back end of this building, as well as a mysterious Githyanki woman, but combat ensued as Trill immediately shot at the Githyanki woman because, in her defense, she was very much threatening her brother. With a sword against his chest, combat started, and immediately following this, the portal that was behind the Githyanki woman, as well as her brother, started to spit out some really disgusting doppelganger versions of themselves, each attacking their said doppelganger. So as these creatures kind of split in half, their mouths turning into like the top half of their bodies nearly, attacking each individual here, the team was able to fight them off. However, there were moments in which, as one doppelganger would be dispatched of, the real one version of themselves would kind of have a moment in which it felt like they were kind of either possibly dazed or that something was perhaps trying to communicate or something. 3 of which were rendered stunned for a little bit, including Lizette, Jatsidi, and Trill. Incredibly, the barbarian rolled an amazing wisdom saving throw and was absolutely fine, which was very, very cool. But Trill's brother did manage to escape in the shuffle, and for a little bit of time afterwards, the Githyanki woman stayed after, introduced herself as Foster Kell, and explained to the team that she's essentially trying to rid the area of cultists, or essentially those people who are trying to threaten those within the city. She mentioned that everyone should be fine and that you also should leave the building as soon as possible, as there seemed to have been some kind of safety measure that was spreading from the ceiling and kind of working its way down the building. Stepping outside safely, the team went about their night. A few people broke off to visit or do various things, including Jatsidi visiting Mukami, the general goods vendor, and Lizette heading home a little bit earlier, in which both of them were visited by a fey creature of some kind, who seemed to have stopped time entirely. Speaking with them very briefly, a few insight checks did glean that she didn't seem super excited to be there and was probably there for some kind of task. Mentioned that you wouldn't be there long, but wasn't really open to giving you a lot of details. Jatsidi had the less dramatic interaction, we'll say, and was, got stuck in a window and blasted out, but otherwise all right. Woke into a very confused Mukami, whereas Lizette, in the frozen time instance, attempted to lunge at the fey creature and instead stabbed a guard. In the end, agreeing with a bargain with this fey creature, who said that at a time of her choosing, Lizette will lose time. After the agreement was made, the guard was rendered unharmed and Lizette was freed of the time stop. The rest of the team kind of conversed a bit, but met up with everyone else eventually at home. We had some really just wonderful RP time where dinner was had. Imani was, also, there was a time skip for the time that you were within the building of the Flask and Silk. Upon exiting, you realize that it's been about 2 days, and Imani was very sad, without obviously her loved ones around. So some reassuring had happened, and some dinner was had with the team, and with various entertaining moments happening via conversation, but in the end, everyone decided to rest for the night. Morlo, I believe, was in the bathroom enjoying, I think, the tub, and I believe a guest room was used for LS, while Jatsidi was perched like a gargoyle, and Nima, Lizette, and Imani occupied a bed after realizing that poor Imani was very scared the night prior. And Caldwell, I imagine you're in your room. I don't believe that was discussed, but I'm assuming you just resting in your own room for the night. All right.
In the servants' quarters.
Correct.
He's not a manservant. So while everyone found their rest for the night, the elves, as well as Morlo, seem to be visited by a hooded woman with glowing red eyes, contacting or putting her hand on your shoulders, just enough to wake you up before sending you off somewhere else, it seemed. The only two undisturbed, Nima and Caldwell, did not get such a visit, but after a line was spoken and your shoulders were touched, everyone seemed to disappear into a white void. And that's where we are picking up today. So, with all that out of the way, I realize I have to scroll up and find out who gets inspiration for this episode. Because I didn't do the math! What'd you say?
It's past so many, oh no, I think I just did it in the thing. I was going to say past so many pictures.
Oh, you did. You did, thankfully you did. Nunners and I talk too much though, so there's so many Gundam pictures now in our chat, and I have to scroll past all of them to find out where the fuck his votes were. Okay, I remember now. All right. Okay. As per usual, everyone got a vote, so it's always interesting to do this. But I got a little surprised at who got the most votes. Congratulations, Nenas. You are the first winner of the inspiration, and LS, you are the second. So congratulations, LS and Nenas. You guys have the inspirations that expire at the end of the episode tonight.
Thank you.
And I do know, Nenas, you already got a D4 from Kit, I think, and I did as well. And I think that's it. If there's anything else, I wasn't watching chat too closely, but if anyone else saw anything else being redeemed, let me know.
The only other thing is I just
Okay.
want to make sure that Enders was caught that you are surprised to find that people would like what he does and we would grant him
Yeah.
inspiration.
Well,
I just
no,
want you to know that
like,
she has no faith in you. That's all. That's it. We can move past it. I just wanted you to be aware.
Thank you.
Nenders, I'm surprised anyone likes you. I'm just kidding. I love you.
I like you.
I like you too. But as we have all the inspirations out, we are ready to go. Our characters find themselves in this white void. The first thing I'm going to do as we find this environment shifting is figure out who we will be starting with. And there's not a particular order that I have chosen. So what I would love for you guys to do is to go ahead and roll me some d20s, and we will go in ascending order. So the lowest goes first.
Oh, you just really wanted to start with me, huh?
And then there's a 5. Uh-huh. Oh my god, we have a tie. Yeah, you guys are rolling at the same time anyway.
Yeah,
Your
it works out.
characters are together.
It's the only 20 I'm gonna get tonight.
Holy shit. Amazing. The chat wasn't catching it all immediately, but we had Nenders with a 5, Evie with 15. Thank goodness they're together anyway. But Joe and Anita with a 3, both, which is insane. And oh my god, you rolled a 2? How did I miss that? Ava rolled a 2, and LS with a 20. So
Only one I'll
Hey,
see
Rogers.
tonight.
we'll begin our night with you and your character. And feel free to swap your background whenever you're ready. But we will get started with a little bit of narration as we are settling into a completely different scene. A different scene, but not a different city. In this scenario, we still find ourselves within Kimathe Kimane, and it is not the nighttime. It is a regular day, as always, bright and sunny, hot, as always. Before I introduce the character's name, Ava, would you mind describing her and introducing her name for us, please? I watch wide eyes scramble across. Oh gosh.
Mahala is somewhat lanky, tall, around 5'10", and a oddly sickly green, no, bronze, no, not quite, topaz, gemmed dragonborn. Her eyes are very dull green that shifts into gold. Her hair like tendrils of a mane that goes down her back, almost blending in nature to the tufts of fur and hair on her arms and at the tufts of her tail. She walks in a skulk, almost like she's always on the prowl. But if you are to see her and hear her, she's just always mumbling. Nightshade. Where can I get nightshade right now? I need it for, maybe not. Maybe, ooh, yes. Yes.
Mahala has been working for the Mathani family for some time. The father of said family has trusted her skills for quite some time as well. An important figure within the city of Kimathe Kimane was particularly paranoid about being poisoned at some point. And who better to have a tester for that than someone like Mahala? But you've been working with this family for years, and it's to the point where most of them regard you with respect, but some of them regard you with warmth and almost consider you an extension of the family in some ways. The father, Kitwana, is one of those. Has always been very warm with you, despite perhaps how off-putting Mahala may be. However, his wife and a few of his kids usually didn't love having you around. And for the past week or so, even Mahala has noticed that Kitwana seems to be acting very differently lately. A little bit more scattered, a little bit less coherent, seems to be forgetting things that are rather simple. And you find yourself, as per usual, testing his foods. But it is one dinner night in which you find yourself near the table and you hear him kind of gasp, like intake for a moment. And he sort of whirls in your direction at this moment, staring at you with sort of bewildered eyes. The rest of the family seems to kind of be shuffling in and out at this moment. Dinner hasn't quite yet been set yet, but everyone's kind of being called towards the table. But at this moment, he turns and whirls in your direction. And usually that sort of calm facade that you are familiar with interacting with is a bit frantic. And as he turns to you, the rest of the family kind of filtering, and his wife not too far behind, but you hear him say, what is this? Unhand me! Back away!
No one has touched you, my lord. Does something worry you?
My lord! You see him kind of looking off, and beside him, you see his wife reaches out to touch his arm for a second. He immediately retracts his hand. Don't touch me! Still kind of staring at you.
My hands are here. There's no reason to be upset. Do you need assistance?
You see him looking around. Go ahead and give me an insight check. First roll of the other. Damn! Very
Always
nice.
give my characters insight.
the D20 roll did you dirty
check
initially.
always.
The insight check is good. You are starting to recognize within his eyes there is no recognition of everyone who's around him. He looks at you like he's just never seen you before, and perhaps because you are the most threatening looking in the room, seems to be focused on you. Even the way he reacted to his wife was as though he had never seen her before. And you see the wife just looking mostly at him, and kind of after her hand was sort of like pulled away from, looks very, very hesitant. But Kitwana, what is wrong? I said, everyone leave me alone, all right? I need some time. Don't touch anything. Points specifically at you, Mahala, before turning to step away.
Should I try to call for the doctor, my lady?
As you say this and you see the... Oh, yeah, sorry. You also did ask me to give you some of the family names. I will give you a few right now. No problem. I'm doing it in Roll20 just because I have it up. So that's the last name of the family. That's the father. And hold on 1 second. The mother is Kiana, or the wife, excuse me. So the wife, Kiana, is the one who is sort of looking at you right now. And you see her eyes kind of narrow on you. Did you test the food again?
As I always do.
He's never looked at me like that.
It is quite strange. There seems to have been a change recently. I don't understand. I haven't tasted anything off the food. Has he taken... Are there new medications, perhaps?
No, you're aware of... No. You see her like looking back for a second, and as you see her looking, you hear footsteps going upstairs where the bedrooms reside. And for a moment you hear sort of raised voices, one of which being Kitwana, before a door slams shut. Immediately afterwards, you hear the sound of like 3 or 4 pairs of footsteps rushing down the stairs. Mom! What's wrong with Dad? You see the 4 kids running into the room, all kind of reaching for her as she grabs each one of them. Something's wrong! And you see her as she's kind of holding them close to her. It's all right. I think we're not entirely sure, but Dad's not feeling well and everything. We'll figure it out. Mahala, don't call a doctor just yet, okay? Maybe this might not look good. And you see her.
Would you like
you.
for me to try to look into something to soothe him?
Okay. Yeah. Please?
It will be done, my lady. Please excuse me.
Okay. Give me one more insight check as you head off.
Not as great.
Ooh, not as good. That 2 came back to haunt you.
Wait, guidance. Guidance myself.
No.
Damn it.
Oh, wow. That must be called before
That's what
the
you
roll.
get.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
But, I mean, either way.
Either way.
Even if you got a 4, it would have topped out at 13, which was not the DC regardless. So, I mean, I think I'm hearing Luna snore, and it always...
Oh, sorry.
No. It is always a delight. Please don't be worried about it. It makes me laugh. But you slip off. All 5 pairs of eyes, the mother and the kids, watching your every step as you head out. But what would Mahala like to look for?
I think she wants to go over the symptoms of Kitwana. Just kind of keep them in the back of her mind as she's going through whatever herbs she keeps in her office to maybe help with the situation. She probably knows that there's nothing fully that could cure him, but maybe delay the fogginess and the calm the aggression a bit more.
Okay. Give me a medicine check at advantage. For this. Awesome. You're having quite a bit of luck as you are trying to forage for certain things and also kind of procure whatever ingredients you may need for something to help calm his nerves at least. But it may have been unattainable on this particular night just because it's relatively late in the day. Not everybody's open at this point, but you're able to grab everything you need. And it's Luna really fully asleep. Amazing. As you gather your ingredients, you are starting to notice it feels as though there are a few more eyes on you than usual. The city is quite used to you at this point. You've been here for some time, but even just going out to pick a couple of things, every so often, someone just feels like they're staring a little too hard. And the moment you make eye contact with them, they immediately look away.
They just hate that I'm pretty. Jealous.
Amazing. But you are able to get everything you need and return back to their home. Their home, which is an estate. This is one of the top 4 or 5 richer families within the city.
I'm gonna mute. I'm so sorry.
There was one in particular that took me out.
It's a hard life to be a doggo.
I think what killed me about it is like it felt like he was on purpose. It felt like that dog was like, I'm gonna rip this next one.
She would too.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm so
sorry.
No. I feel bad for Ava. I'm the one losing it right now. But you're able to grab what you need. Eyes upon you the whole time, but you are able to return back to the very large estate of this family.
All right. I want to get to work with something. She has an herbalism kit. So she'll start tinkering with that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have you roll for
Or
something
healers.
like this. This is very, yeah, honestly, either. But you are truly in your element here, and you don't need to do too much. One of the kids, Issa, has constantly been hanging out around you. One of the daughters, a lot of times when you were making said poisons or anything that may be interesting to her. She's a bit of a weird child. Perhaps that's part of the reason she's been spending a little bit more time with you. But as you are concocting this, she kind of sneaks into the room and settles beside you and just sort of stares at what your hands are doing. Doesn't seem to make eye contact with you. Jesus, Luna.
I'm muting.
Okay. But just watches what your hands are doing the whole time. And kind of big brown eyes, focused.
Do you happen to know if your father has been having trouble sleeping?
No.
So perhaps... maybe the St. John's Wort. There's potential depression in part of this as well. Memory depression seems to be a bit of a paranoia. Valerian for anxiety, perhaps? No. That's more for sleep. Hand me that.
What's wrong with
Oh.
him?
Could I try to make a medicine check to see if I can get like a guess? That's
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. This will not be an advantage, but still just flat medicine check.
Okay.
Not bad. You can't think about what could possibly have been like the immediate onset, especially because it felt like it came on so fast. Like if it had been sort of like a slower situation where you were able to watch some of the symptoms, but this was so quick. And dinner hadn't started yet, but he did eat a couple of things before sitting down. If something was in the food, you tested it yourself, but it being such a quick turnaround is kind of confusing you a little bit.
There's a couple things that concern me. It isn't the food. Nothing was off with the food. I would have known. My taste buds are exemplary. But it was rather quick. There is a concern that there may be... Don't tell your mother I said this. I don't have a way to confirm it right now, but perhaps maybe a trickery of magic involved. At the very least, because I do not know what it is truly, I can only help alleviate some of the burden. So that's what I'm doing now. Now let's see, could you pass me that vial of the thing that looks like vomit, but it's swirling like it's glitter and water?
That's my favorite.
Oh, it's my favorite too.
Has no problem navigating it.
Poignant. It's very tantalizing on the tongue. Anyway, let's see.
Can I put it on my tongue?
Give me a fun fact of your learning from today.
I found out some viruses are based off of temperature. So if it's too cold, you can't get it. But if it's hot, you can get it. It's mostly in the water.
Oh, I know a specific mother that would love to have you under her wing. Here, taste it, but only like the smallest tip. Like dip your tongue in it. Don't drink it. Drinking it will give you diarrhea.
Kid takes. You know what? Give me a quick dex check because you can immediately see this kid is going for a swig. You can stop him.
The dex is not great.
You don't have to make the deck check. Sometimes you got to learn things the hard way.
It's like, yeah, she'll learn.
Thankfully, you do manage to like stop it from being a full swig, but there is kind of a like more than you would recommend amount the kid ingests.
At the very least, take some reading material when you go. You're gonna have some difficulty for some time, but I appreciate your excitement to learn.
The goddamn whiplash we're gonna have between Mahala and Nima. I am down for this.
Specifically, do not tell your mother this, but the mother of all plagues will love you.
Okay.
But she stays down there with you.
Tinkering. There's puffs of like smoke that happens. Maybe a skull in there somewhere, but it's completely fine. Everything's fine.
What is your passive perception as well?
My passive 14.
Okay. You're able to continue tinkering, concocting. What is this that she's coming up with? Is it a potion?
We're going with a potion.
Okay, we're going with a potion. All right.
I think if I was to put it in like maybe spell terms, it would be kind of something like aid.
Okay.
Maybe aid and a little bit of a calm emotions vibe.
Gotcha. All right. So you are able to complete it with the help of Issa, who is beside you the whole time.
My favorite child.
Yeah. It's probably right about when you are done creating this potion where you hear the mother, Kiana, towards the door, just giving a knock against the threshold. Issa, to bed. You see the kid. Okay.
Listen to your mother.
Okay. You see her kind of look at you for a second and then the mother of plagues before turning to go walk
What an
off.
odd
with her mom.
child that is. The oddest child. I love her.
But heads off with her mom, who her gaze also sort of lingers on you before heading out, or about to turn away, her hand on the shoulder of this child. Are you planning on giving him that tonight?
That was the goal.
Yes, I think that would be best.
Should I follow you or should I head off on my own?
I was going to put the kids to bed. If you could please.
Of course, my lady. She'll separate and head to see the man of the house.
Okay.
And his paranoia.
And his paranoia. As you head to his room, you see the door is opened, kind of ajar at the moment, but open wide enough for you to see that a few candles are still lit in that room, and he seems to be scrawling over something on his desk, kind of hunched over at the moment, but doesn't seem to recognize your presence at the door.
This man's paranoid. We are going to stand outside the door. The door is open though, but she will like knock on the frame to announce her presence, and she'll wait.
His head whips up. Come in.
All right, I'm assuming it is safe to do so then. How are you feeling, my sir?
Good. What's that?
For ease of sleep, for the most part, you looked a bit pale before dinner. Had some concern.
All right. Sounds good.
It will help with the sleep, calming your emotions, and at least keep you a bit more aware.
And as you were coming in, his room, he does seem to have like a bed off to the side, but this room is enormous. And the first thing you see when you start walking in is a very large wooden desk and an enormous, nearly floor-to-ceiling window that has a beautiful view of the city, as well as the moon at the moment. He is writing by candlelight, but quite a bit of the moon filters in from behind him as he stands up at the desk and kind of extends his hand for the potion.
Your eyesight must be fantastic if you can stand to write in only moonlight.
It's been getting better, it seems.
Well, that means I've been doing my job well.
His eyes widen just a little bit as you say that. Reaches for the potion anyway. And before he takes a swig, just looks back over his shoulder at the city for a second and then back to Mahala. We've known each other a while. I appreciate your services.
Think nothing of it.
Would you mind writing the ingredients? Here. He slides a paper over to you. He does flip it before he does so. He seemed to be writing on the other end, but he flips it over to move it towards you and hands you the quill.
Did I catch any words on the paper before he flipped it?
You have dark vision. No, you don't. As a dragon, I don't think they do. They don't, right? Because it's fucking some wild shit. Hold on. I don't believe you do.
They do not.
Oh yeah, that's racist.
Yeah.
Dragonborn should have dark vision.
Yeah, that's the racist thing that we've seen throughout this scene.
Cats don't have dark vision. Dragonborn don't have dark vision. Who the fuck do you think is gonna have dark vision? What the hell?
It is so crazy that cats do not have dark vision. Anyway, as you would not be able to notice it. Honestly, if you had dark vision, you'd have a chance. I would have given you a perception check, so it wouldn't be guaranteed. But without it, you can't make it out of it.
Okay, so new question. Has he ever asked me to put the ingredients down for potions before?
No.
Can I insight check this?
Yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Okay, 14.
Hold on, let me roll for him too. We're giving fail vibes in my direction, thank you. As you try and look over him, he still seems a little bit frazzled, just a lot more calm in this moment. You saw him kind of frantically writing something, and when you came in, it all seemed to have calmed a little bit, almost as if, like, perhaps knowing that you have a solution that seemed to have set his nerves at ease, and you're not sure why, but maybe he wants, if it works, maybe he wants to be able to make it on his own or something. You're not sure what it is, but he did settle when you walked in the room.
Are you perhaps thinking of getting into the medicinal field, my lord?
Hopefully not. I don't think I'd be as good as you.
You're smart. You could probably make some headway.
Perhaps for Issa.
Tugging at my heartstrings, it seems, with the girl. Fine. And the ingredients that she's going to list, I don't know medicine, so I'm not going to bullshit y'all, but it is very specifically non-poisonous. None of these are poisonous unless you put them in a very specific order or add an extra thing, and then it's bad. But in the form that it's in now, it is not supposed to hurt you at all. And she makes that poignantly clear as she's saying it out loud.
Amazing.
If you try to make me look bad with my shit, I'm going to haunt you.
As you start to write, you see he steps away for a second, just giving you the space on the, at the desk, and you hear a latch go off behind you. And as you are continuing to write it for a moment, he stands beside you, watching as you write out each ingredient, not quite making note of anything, but just watching. And it happens within an instant, but you feel a tug at your waist, at your hips, basically. And you see his other arm has wrapped around the belt of your outfit at the moment, and seems to lunge backward, pulling you and himself through the now opened window and off the balcony.
What the shit? She's trying to grab for something.
You can at disadvantage just because you are likely very surprised that this is happening. Go ahead. This would be, I'll give you a dex save on this.
Oh god, okay.
That first one was good. Yeah,
it was good.
Unfortunately, not enough. Your claws leave actual, like, claw marks within not only like the threshold of the windowsill as you're going out, but the kind of wood frame on the back of it as you're flying off of this building. And it's a longer fall than you're expecting. But as you are falling and you are tumbling at the height of this building, you seem to watch as he floats in space for just a second, releasing your belt and watching you fall the rest of the distance. The moment your body hits the ground, you watch as he floats back down beside you. Leans over, and you watch as for a second his eyes seem to kind of glaze over white. There is no place for lovers of the Mother of the Plagues. As he steps up for a second,
Made a
you watch
disease take you and your loved ones. Fuck.
As he stands over you, you hear another gasp. And looking down at you, Mahala! Mahala! He reaches down to try and help you, but it is simply too late, as you seem to fade in this moment. Fuck. Mahala down.
Mahala
next
down.
you.
Bitch! A plague on your loved ones! Mother!
I love your daughter, though, not her. But anyway, we will.
And she's specifically saying it to the person who was talking.
I imagine,
him.
yeah.
She knows, like, not my boy.
Yeah. Yup. But we switch scenes to a duo at this moment. I gotta change the music for this a little bit because this is a very different setting that we're going to, so pardon me. Okay, before I introduce either character, much like with our lovely Mahala here, Joe, would you mind describing what your character looks like and what he may be doing on a ship?
So this is a half-orc gentleman. He's got a very utilitarian, military, short-cropped hair. He's got a full beard, but it's like someone took a clippers at the same setting and did beard, hair. It's all one unit. Some prominent underbite tusks. You can see like the sleeves of some half-plate exposed biceps, and then these kind of gnarly gauntlets with spikes coming off. And then over that is like a tunic vest thing that's belted in place. Fur trimmed. It's all seal fur, very waterproof. And on his back, what would be generously described as a over-large shovel, but if you were to catch it and like the light hit it, you go, oh, that's sharp. That is a sharp shovel. Why do you need it sharp? There are questions to be had. But if he's not hauling boxes or pulling on ropes or other things I imagine sailors do, he might just be observing the waters and just kind of like leaning on a railing.
Anita, you just got a D4 from Kit. But it's good timing because I was just about to call upon the other companion on this ship. You are not alone, of course, but Anita, would you mind describing your character? What he looks like and what he might be doing? While I grab notes.
I would not mind at all. You see Alexei Petrov, Dr. Alexei Petrov, in his office study. I would assume that today is strangely quiet. Usually there are so many people dealing with injuries and whatnot on the ship. Someone has a splinter, someone has contracted scurvy because they did not take their daily dose of orange, because for some reason grown people cannot eat their fruits and vegetables. We digress. But for once, Alexei has some time, and with that time, he goes through his schematics and he looks at his projects, his sort of ideas to maybe make the ship, the seafaring life, a little bit easier. And I assume after like going through all of the prototypes that he's had, all of like the engineering schematics that he's worked on, and once he gets to a stopping point where it's like, okay, I am getting frustrated, he will sort of stow it and make his way to just the decks to get some fresh air. Like, what's around, Foos? Like, I assume water. But like, what's the day like? Is it clear? Is it sunny? Is it looking like rain soon?
It's overcast. It's not a particularly beautiful day. And everybody is well aware that there does seem to be a storm that is threatening, but has not made it to you yet. That being said, the crew has taken precautions already, and for the most part, everybody is safe enough in believing that they should be fine. They know what course they're going to take, which is mostly to, of course, try to avoid this storm coming up. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be a violent one. Truthfully, it feels like it might be short, a little aggressive, but otherwise, all right. No one's particularly worried at the moment. And while it is overcast, there are still moments in which the sun pierces through the clouds. And Craven in particular is probably enjoying a very beautiful scene in which the dark clouds are sliced with some of these rays of sun off in the distance. But dark clouds do seem to be in many different directions.
It does remind me, I didn't say my name. I'm Craven Ward. So that is who is enjoying the picturesque scene, is me. Continue.
That was it.
No, you just made me realize that I didn't say, I described him. I didn't give a name.
Yeah. Amazing.
And upon seeing Craven sort of like enjoying the view, I think Alexei will walk up next to him and sort of like enjoy the rays of sun beside him. Even on cloudy and overcast days, there are things that are beautiful on this wide ocean. You know, I never thought I would be getting used to it, but I think I've gotten my sea legs. No?
If you say so. I think that if you were less on the bowels of the ship, you might see this. It's pretty all the time. I don't know why it would be bad if it's overcast, but no, it's good to see you up here, bud.
That is very true, Craven. Oh, Yes. Beauty everywhere you look. And I think that Alexei, well, I should also describe Alexei visually. Dwarven man, pretty dark skin, braids, like pretty tightly braided, like back. Always like wearing like engineer garb, always has a tool belt, always has a little bit of grease on him. And also probably like a medicine for dummies textbook, like strapped to the tool belt as well. As his official job is like doctor of the ship, and he is a doctor, but like an engineering doctor. He's not a real doctor, but he's learning. And yeah, I think that he will hop up to sort of like sit on the. Is it like safe to do that? This guy has a negative wisdom. He'll hop up to sit on like the sort of side of the ship and just because he's very short. Like it would be hard to like see over Dwarven and like Underdark Dwarven. So honestly, Overcast Day would probably like be a good day for him because the sunlight. But yeah, that's the vibe.
You guys have a little bit of time. Oh, thank you for the follow. As a shout in the middle of us doing this. As you guys have some time to stay upon the decks and look upon the beautiful scenery that is there, both of you go ahead and give me a perception check. You guys are both good at that, right?
I'm technically proficient.
In theory. Just waiting on the second one. No, where isn't it? Oh.
You'll love to see a 0.
That's a 0 and it's not even red, which means we can go lower.
I don't have elf eyes anymore. I don't see shit.
Oh my god.
No elf eyes.
Oh my
no thoughts.
God.
Just vibes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, whatever you think we're supposed to see, we don't see it.
No,
Just
no,
you
you
yeah,
do
no,
not,
you gotta find something to like in the view, because we're a couple days out from anything, and there's a storm coming, I guess. So when there's nothing to do but piss in the wind, you gotta have something to look at.
Pissing in the wind. This is a sea custom that you do. I have not been a part of it. What is the point of this? Is it like a distance game, a prolonged game?
Well, you don't actually piss in the wind. That's just a thing that you wouldn't do, and that's because there's nothing to. I don't know. I heard somebody say it once, and it sounded good.
It does sound very good, friend. We will refrain from pissing in the wind for now, but hey, who knows? If we really get bored, that is something to do.
I was talking about whiplash for Anita or Ava. Whiplash for Joe is going to be insane.
What are you talking about? Basically the same guy.
Jeez. Okay. You guys don't see anything on the horizon. You are distracted speaking with each other, but it is eventually that you hear a few of your crewmates just going, "What is that? What is that? What's going on? Is that some fog rolling in?" And as you kind of turn to look, they're all sort of gathering on the other end of the ship, closer towards the back end of it. But as you're looking, there seem to be more clouds that are kind of following you, because as expected, you're trying to leave the area in which the storm might be hitting. But right beneath those clouds, you didn't notice them before, but it looks like there's fog rolling in underneath it. It doesn't look like a hurricane or anything that is kind of spinning or moving, but it just seems very thick and dense, and almost like that storm cloud is like extended downwards. But there's some chatter as your crew is just talking about it and looking over the back railing. What the hell is that? I think this boat should be going faster.
Oh wow. What is that? This is not a normal sea weather occurrence, no?
Oh no, I've been fooled by that before. That's just fog. You get it mixed up with the clouds in a far distance, but they're way up there, and fog's just real low.
Okay, so this is not your sort of friend that helps you out with the magic sometimes.
Oh?
Oh, let's talk about that. Like, does Alexi know, like, that you're a warlock?
True, but it's just my axe that does that, so...
Okay, it's just
I have not
the
attributed
axe.
it to a sentience or sapience at all.
Awesome.
You may
Okay.
very well call it my friend, but I'm confused every time.
Yes, your friend, the axe, that does all of the magic.
See, now I'm confused. I get the fog and the clouds, but axes are axes and people are different.
Okay, so your magic axe, it does not cause the fogs. I understand.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull my axe out and like just point it at no one. Fog. No, it doesn't do that. No, can't do, bud.
Very
This
well.
would be so hard for me.
I suppose we should start battening down hatches and whatnot. I do not know where the captain is. He should be, like, saying things at this point. Duh?
It's about that time. I fucking died. Okay. Trying to reel it in. It's about that time where you do hear your captain, who is named Arkin. He is a halfling who has been part of the ship for a very long time. Has been a sea halfling for most of his life, which is very unusual, but has very much adapted to the lifestyle coming up from the lower decks. All right, what's all this then? It kind of gets onto what has been on the boat since forever, but a series of boxes that are stacked up so that he can look over the edge of the boat. You watch as he kind of hops up upon it and then grabs sort of a looking glass and extends it, just looking towards the fog. I damn well think there's another ship in there. Everyone, do me a favor and look alive, because I don't know what the fuck is happening. Prepare for battle just in case, but hopefully that's not the case. We'll keep an eye on things, all right? Everyone watch out. Seems rather calm about everything, but stays upon his... Oh my god, we just got raided. Hello!
Raid.
Razzmatazz! Hello!
Speaking of raids, apparently we're getting...
No time.
Oh my gosh! Hello, Raz! Were you doing D&D? You were indeed. I hope you were having a wonderful, wonderful stream. I am going to mute because I'm about to burp, so excuse me. Okay. It wound up being way quieter than I expected. But hello, thank you for joining us. We're on our road to 600 followers. Once we hit it, then we're going to give away some cheesy dice. So if you're interested in getting in on some raffle-y cheesy dice, feel free to, stick around, give us a follow, hang out. We are currently in the middle of introducing, bless you, introducing some new characters. We're on a boat right now with Anita and Joe's characters currently. But we will hop back into it, and I want to say thank you once again for a wonderful raid. I hope you guys had an awesome stream, and we really, really appreciate you guys dropping by. So thank you. If you got to go, if you got a raid to run, I fully understand it as well. Take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful night. It is Saturday after all. So thanks again for the raid. But the halfling captain of the ship has given a somewhat lackluster warning of some kind, but has at least acknowledged that there perhaps is a ship within the fog that seems to be rolling closer to your particular boat, your ship as well. The boat that you are unable to see, at least, I think those of you who have been out on the seas for some time, if after staring for some time, are able to see sort of glints within the sunlight, even kind of breaking through some bits of those fog, and seeing what looks like a smaller ship than yours, but still one that likely has a dozen or two folk on board, seemingly slowly working its way towards you. But you have a little bit of time before it arrives, and you watch as the rest of the crew both prepare weapons, but also seem to prepare trade goods as well.
All right. Well, as a just in case, we'll cast Gold Armor of Agathis because it doesn't take concentration and lasts forever. I conveniently had the axe out, so I'll just kind of like grip it in front and just tap it on the ground, and then just ice will spread from the base of it up my legs, and then just. And I'm just starting like doing stretches, just some of these, doing some lunges, and just like getting limber, getting loose.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Alexi's gonna look around and say, "Oh dear." Before I think, just I think going to the tool belt, and like muttering a few magic words, and sort of like taking out fucking tools, some sort of tools. I have so many tools. Artificers get so many fucking tool proficiencies. We'll call it Tinker's Tools. Yeah, that's a classic. And we'll just like say some magic words like tinker with the tool belt, and it will expand and grow around him into plate armor with a shield. In a very weird sort of like, it's like kind of Iron Man, sort of like a summoning spell. It's odd. But yeah, I think a regular engineer dwarf turns into armored head to fucking toe dwarf with a big ass shield and a very like I think gauntlets, that's the word, that sort of reflect the cloudy, overcast sky overhead.
As you guys are getting ready, Craven, as you give yourself Armor of Agathis with your weapon, you start to notice a small tremor within the weapon. Gravedigger in your hand just continues to shake and shake and shake.
Just gonna like waggle it for a second to see if it stops.
It does not. I know this is not your strong suit, but go ahead and give me an int check.
You got it.
It's shaking. You don't know why. It has not done that before, is what I should also say.
Well, that's no indifferent. You should have done that the whole time. I'm gonna start holding it to different muscles to loosen them up.
Is this like big enough that Alexi would notice?
Yeah, eventually. You can go ahead and give me an int check as well.
Awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh.
Alexi's an arcanist by trade, and also just has really good intelligence. So maybe this will help. Maybe.
Ellis, that's strength, but that wasn't natural too. So, what is your int bonus?
My int is +5.
It's the same. Okay, so that's
yeah, same. It's same.
That's weird. That's weird. Yeah, it's just maybe it's really fallen in tune with Craven and realizes that he did need a massage gun. Now loosening up his joints.
I'm gonna swing it a few times, just make sure it doesn't affect my grip too much.
Not right now. No, it just seems to be vibrating. Of the two of you, who has a better passive perception?
Minus 14.
Oh, I thought you
Minus
said
8.
minus.
Oh, I forgot you had a negative. Yeah, me.
Craven. As your axe is shaking, and you're kind of holding it in your other arm as well. They're doomed. I know they're rolling so terribly. As this is happening, you are starting to notice the cloud is moving faster than your particular ship. And along with that, you are starting to watch another ship crest out from the fog, but not by much. You're getting kind of the first, like, almost quarter of the ship as it starts to come out, and it looks pristine. It looks nice. Perhaps richer folk on board, perhaps some kind of trade boat of some kind, but certainly nicer than your boat. But it does seem to be heading to kind of pull up alongside. You have a couple more minutes before it does so, but you are able to catch that before a few others are.
Just nudge whichever sailors near. Hey, they're coming up quick. I don't know if this is a trade sort of thing. Maybe this is weapons.
Your captain along his boxes. Are you serious? Pulls it out, just continues staring for a little bit before, after a bit of time, no, it looks like they're flagging for trade. Fancy ship like that probably has things that are better than what we have. Not sure what they would want with us. Also, that cloud is weird. Grab some fancy things, see if we can maybe buy something off of them. That's probably the direction it would go in. I imagine we don't have anything they want.
Well, would you look at that? That is a flag of parlay. So yeah, sure, no problem, bud. I'll get some boxes.
Thanks. Always appreciate it.
Alexi builds fancy things all the time. We'll go down to the workshop and pull something up out of his ass.
Okay. As you guys grab some boxes, grab things that you have worked on in the past. Craven, you're not the smartest, but you at least can like read what's happening along the waves and such. You've been out there long enough. You knew that you had a couple of minutes when you guys headed downstairs to kind of prepare, but it seems as though a minute or two after you guys headed down that you immediately start hearing voices and a plank being lowered between the two to facilitate trade or conversation, in which you hear, what the heck, like kind of confused noises coming from upstairs, especially with the captain in particular. I swear they blinked and they were here. Yes, hello, greetings, this is, and you hear him kind of starting to speak as he steps off towards it. Even in the below decks where you guys are, grabbing various different things that could be traded, you're starting to watch as what looks like some of the fog from outside of the boat is starting to kind of seep in through the walls of your ship. Craven, your axe is shaking so hard right now.
I have to put down these boxes just so I can have both hands on this thing. All right, I said it was a good thing before, but maybe stop. This is too much. Maybe calm down. Turn into to Brooklyn, and that's not what I was trying to do.
Craven, you are nearly like shake weighting right now. Like it's just getting like full arm to shoulders, sort of trembling. And I think you've got to tell us.
Oh. What is wrong? You are getting nervous, my friend. You are shaking. It is just a normal trade route.
No, I'm not shaking. I'm still a little bit doing. I might just surrender to it. This is just what I talk like now until I figure this out. No, my weapon's shaking, and it's shaking me a little bit. It's a lot.
Okay. Is there any like magic like happening like on the axe that Alexi might be able to see?
Give me an investigation check. You're good at those,
Okay.
right?
I'm not bad at them. Yeah, I'm actually good at them. Okay, fine. Investigation. Am I good at them? Not particularly.
You
Not
guys
today.
cannot get out of the single digits. It's rough. As it continues to shake, you do notice that there's a little, often when he casts or uses it, you saw him just put, ice armor on, so that's kind of normal. But usually the effect is a one and done. The ice comes out, remains there, axe-looking. Well, really, shovel-looking. But you're starting to watch as ice seems to kind of be forming towards, the tip of that axe, basically. I keep wanting to say shovel, but it is an axe. And starting to kind of slowly... It's both. As it slowly seems to kind of travel down this weapon. It is very subtle, but you have not seen it do that before.
Oh. My friend, it seems your magic axe, your magic shovel, has leveled up, it seems. Now, instead of the ice protecting you, it seems it is also going to hurt other things as well. I think your axe is excited?
Oh, I suppose I don't mind that, but if it shakes much more, I won't be able to swing it.
Eh.
It doesn't have a button like some of the things you make does. I can't turn it off.
Can Alexi try to calm the axe down?
How would you do this?
I don't know. I got tinker's tools. I'm an artificer. I can. I have a doctorate in magic items. I can probably do something.
Okay,
maybe,
okay.
Or not.
Yeah, you do have a doctorate in magic items. Give me an Arcana check. We'll see what you can become. The Axe Whisperer.
All right.
Oh,
I couldn't figure out how to do expertise on my character sheet. So
I will put that in for you in a second. Just give me 1 second. Don't roll yet. In Arcana?
Yes.
Okay. You should be good now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Foos.
No problem. It's expertise, Vogley says. Is that another 6?
Yeah, it is.
Second digit is for squares.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, it is. Apparently it is. You are, I think this does work in terms of Alexi's skill set. You do, of course, work with magic items, but it is from a very academic sense. His axe has seemingly never worked on an academic sense for you. And you, I think, would be able to recognize that, this doesn't seem to be a reaction from the magic that has been, imbued with the axe, so much as, perhaps something exerting some kind of will on the axe. You don't know whether that is coming from it or perhaps an outside source, but axe is not doing this on purpose, is more or less what you get.
Mm-hmm. Everyone above decks has been making quite a commotion about our new guests. Something is influencing your acts, and I am inclined to think that it is the strange new people and fog coming through, because that is the only thing that is new.
That's a relief. I'll just go ask him to stop. I'm gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna just start heading up.
As you start heading upstairs, you're about halfway up before you feel the entire ship seem to lurch. And at the same time, you hear everyone above go silent. Not a sound, no more movement, no more voices. All you hear is the lapping of waves and what sounds like the cracking, breaking, splintering of ice. I need the two of you to make me dexterity saving throws. See if we can get out of the single digits. Let's go. Got this. Yeah, sure.
I thought so. I somehow did not put it on my sheet, but I have danger sense as a barbarian, so
I do believe danger sense. You have to see it.
I do have to
like
see
if
it, so
you
I don't get the thing.
You did
This
not.
one.
Correct.
This is the wrong sheet. Okay, let me click on the correct sheet.
The two of you are heading up the stairs, but very quickly go back down the stairs. As the boat lurches, the silence happens, the cracking of ice seems to rage out into some cacophonous noise that even like trapped inside this boat seems almost deafeningly loud. And it's as you are falling back, Craven, that your axe that you are still holding onto shakes with such force you nearly drop it. However, as the two of you are sort of tumbling down the stairs, you are aware for just a brief moment that something seems to expand out from the axe itself. Something that you did not will your weapon to do. But for just a moment, you watch as the two of you land, and as you are gathering your senses and looking around, you see what looks to be an ice dome formed around the two of you. Everything else beyond that seems absolutely coated in ice. And again, no sound. Your ship isn't even bobbing in the waves anymore. It is still.
Okay, I am for sure confused now.
I feel like Craven is definitely laying on top of Alexi, as like Alexi was following closely behind and then got and like
Yep.
we'll probably like have to push Craven off before getting back to his feet in this very icy, very slippery dome that they're in. How big is the dome, Foos? Are we
About
together?
5 feet in radius, so like 10 feet in diameter. Like it's enough for you guys to be able to stand up in it and have a little bit of space.
Okay.
Seems pretty thick, Craven. When you knock against it, it's good, like almost 10 inches thick.
We
I'll put
are.
the tip of my shovel against it and start putting pressing.
Give me an athletics check.
It's incredible.
You know what? It is ice. You put your shovel against it and start pressing, and the axe immediately slides down, and Craven, you just kind of walk into the ice wall by accident instead, but no progress is made.
Friend. The bobbing of the waves. It is no longer here. It seems. Has your shovel taken us somewhere else?
I don't think axes can take people places.
Let us find out. And I think Alexi's just gonna try to punch the ice to see if we can, like, I want to try to make my own athletics check, see if we can get out of here.
You gotta start
Do you
asking for
have-
things that won't involve rolls. We can't roll.
Do you have magic gauntlets, or are you just with armor on? Just
The gauntlets are magic.
fantastic. Please roll me an athletics check. It's like this is going to be very uncomfortable if they are not.
Okay. Athletics.
Guys!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Gotta set the tone.
You do make connection, and
This is
you
revenge
feel...
for me talking so much crap about the B characters.
You make a connection, and your fist hits, and you watch as it like cracks kind of spider out, and like just when you're like, all right, I did some progress, as you take a step back, the cracks are like a millimeter thick. They're so shallow within this ice that it is all superficial damage.
It seems your axe wants us to stay in the safe ice hole.
I
for at
still
least
don't
a
know why
moment.
we're blaming the shovel for this. I
Eh,
almost asked it if it did. It can't talk. maybe duck, and then I'm gonna shoot Eldritch Blast at the wall.
Yes. Just give me your attack rolls, please. You get 2 at this level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Go ahead and give me damage on both.
Still only 1 roll now. That's been a double digit on the die.
True. Yeah, we got there though, right? Like, listen. Whew. But yes, roll me damage on both of those, please.
Nope, wrong button.
Mm-hmm. Okay. As the first blast seemed to have been kind of dead on where it needed to be. There was weakness within the ice that I don't think Craven recognized, but some part of your instinct maybe did. The first shot goes off. It doesn't do much damage, but it seems to start a crack, and that second blast does manage to kind of break through it a little bit. You kind of bored a hole through it, and you can see that there are cracks kind of spidering out from around it. If you likely used your axe at this point, or perhaps more Eldritch Blast, you could probably free yourselves. But as soon as you break through, you start to feel just choking cold come seeping in through that hole.
Look out through the hole. What do I see?
Give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
You betcha.
Jesus! Guys! Oh my god, this is the
Don't
worst
worry,
string of
I'm a
rolls.
doctor. My medicine roll is -2, but I am a doctor.
Oh my god. Craven, you take 5 points of cold damage as you go to look, and you feel your eyeball freeze in its socket. Every bit of that air that touches you just immediately encases it in ice.
That sounds bad. Also, if it somehow was a melee attack of mine doing that cold damage, it takes 5 in return. Because I had armor and
It was just the air. Oh my gosh, but no, it wasn't from the melee. It's just you
shit,
looking-
no, don't do that. Okay, all right. Well, it's cold out there. Let me tell you that first off, but
Friends.
I don't know
Okay,
if I can open that again.
Okay, let me see. I must see your. Oh my god! I have never. Oh, I mean, it's you have. I have seen worse. Come. And I don't know. Like, we'll pull out like some bandages, to like sort of wrap up the eye and hopefully keep it a little bit warmer. So you kind of like have a very janky looking eye patch right now. Yes, this is a sailor culture. Well, you have eye patch. It's good. It suits you. And I guess like fuck, if it's that cold out, do I have like the ability to do things? Like I have some magic.
Everyone
but, like,
has the
can
ability to do things. Go
I
ahead,
have
sorry.
some magic, but what can I
Mhm.
what can I do to like protect us from the cold? I don't think I can do anything for real.
I will say, as you sit here and think about that, you do feel more of that just bitter, biting cold continue to seep in through that hole.
Okay.
I'm starting to think we shouldn't have poked a hole through this.
Yeah. Alexi has a bad idea. Like,
We love that idea.
Alexi's only idea is like, Alexi has a spell called Heat Metal, and it does damage to the person that it's on, but the heat might like provide some comfort from the cold, maybe. It might be a good idea to try to patch this thing up, though. So first, before the bad idea, Alexi will try to mending the ice hole back up, so that they don't die of exposure immediately.
Can you post mending? If I remember correctly, and I don't know if I do, I think it's in terms of healing kind of like mundane items. But
Oh, so this
I
is a
could be wrong.
magic ice hole.
This-
I think it will repair magic items, just not the magic that was in them. So
I
it would
can't- that's why
physically
I'm
put
like,
magic
please
or
post
extra-
it.
I mean, it also takes a minute
I
to
don't
cast,
know.
so that's a whole other problem.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
it
Mending
is
the
a minute-long
magic
cast,
ice hole.
but-
Alexi casts hot plates.
Turns
Oh
Alexi
my gosh. Oh, you did post it. I'm sorry. I'm not paying
himself
attention.
into a hot plate. Yeah.
An object. I can physically repair a magic item or construct, but spell correct. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it'll take a little bit of time, but you can probably restore that hole. Go ahead and click. Could you just give me a quick in check just to Nubs, you are doing that the hardest possible way. I'm sorry. Hold on. He's weaving between my monitors and there's like a clear giant gap and he's like, nah, I gotta get to the one that's this big. So I watched his back legs get stuck and he was just like the other end. But yes, go ahead and give me your spell casting modifier, which is your int check. Nice. Yay! What a nice, good,
Okay.
solid roll. All right. Yeah, thankfully the damage is much smaller than a foot. And you're able to kind of work on this and almost like you're shifting the ice that's already there to replace it. But eventually you are.
It seems we may have to wait this out for a little while, friend. Though, I'm sure it is just ice. Duh? Like, it will melt. We are in the middle of the ocean. It is temperate here. We will be fine. I assume if we just wait it out a little bit.
I mean, if it's that cold, Willie, I mean, if you say so. I mean, you're better with plans and ideas than I am. But
Oh,
I don't
no,
know
no, of
where
course
did
not,
it come
friend.
from, is what I'm saying.
You are sure it is not your shovel?
The two of you find yourselves trapped here. Various attempts are made to escape or even feel if the cold has subsided, but it doesn't. And it is nearly 24 hours later when you start hearing footsteps along the top decks of the boat. Not only that, but the boat that still remains attached to it, also footsteps. Within those 24 hours, at no point did your boat start floating again on this ice and remained frozen in space on this water. But eventually, one by one, you start watching as crewmates that you have served with start walking down the stairs towards the bubble that you are in. No longer faces and eyes and expressions that you recognize, but instead desiccated, dead, frozen, perhaps undead of some kind. Slowly start lumbering towards the ice. And eventually you start watching as crew you don't recognize start doing so. It is not long before the dome is surrounded. Clawing, frozen, familiar undead on the other end.
Okay, I think we've got a problem, but
They always say that this could be your last mission every time you go out to sea, but friend, I do not see us getting out of this quite easily.
oh no, it's fine. This shovel's real good against dead things.
Eh.
It's probably warmed up out there by now, you think?
I hope so. If it has not, it has been an honor, Craven. I did not, I do not think I am, I guess I am as ready as I will ever be. I am excited to find this new journey of life's greatest mystery next. Oof, and I think we'll like bang the gauntlets together, and like thunder will sort of like roll like throughout the ice dome. And we'll sort of like look to Craven and be like, shall we bust out of here and dig some grapes, if as it were? It is funny because you have a shovel.
Oh, see, I didn't get it when you said it, but no, that is good. That is because it is a shovel.
Yes, it is.
It's actually, I know you know that. It's called Gravedigger. I've told you that, I think.
Yes,
I'm gonna let them break the thing. If I don't have to, because it's 4, 4, 5. You said a lot of big words. I sounded like you were gonna die, but I don't like. I'm not. That's no. So I'm just gonna stand here until I can hit something, and then I'm gonna just reach out with assuming it works outside of this dome, and just hold up a hand and let some. It might just turn to snow. I have no idea what it would look like. It is magical, but water would drip off my hand. Normally, it forms a little stream and makes a puddle somewhere else, and a tentacle's just gonna shoot out and start whapping zombies.
You start whapping zombies. It's as this spell goes off, and it does seem to function. You both watch as the clawing, the incessant banging, and roaring on the other end of this dome. Sorry, start blasting. Finally break through, and as the dome around you seems to shatter in space, the two of you are left to defend yourselves for your last moments before the horde overwhelms the two of you.
Says you. I'm gonna go into a rage. It'll be fine.
There's 35. But no.
I'm gonna get one.
Craven and Alexi, eventually, you go down. The gifts are always killing me. I think what makes like the particular introductions make it great because everyone knows they can chill out and look at things and send hilarious gifts and comment. So they're on their A game every time, and it's incredible. But with those two, that means we get to move on to our next one, and I do believe that's Nenners with a 5. We were going back through the rolls because we had a 2, 2 3s, and a 5. So, Nenners, as we change to no, you know, you can't say no. We just got here. But as we switch scenery once again, we find ourselves back in Kimafe Kimone. This time, it is again night, but early at least. The sun has just set about an hour or two ago, and we find a very different mushroom individual in the city. So, Nenners, could you please tell us who you're playing, what he looks like?
I'm playing Kuvu. He's another member of the Akunu, and he's got a darker kind of mushroom cap that leads into like a skull kind of outline faceplate that covers his face. He's way slimmer than Morlo is, like considerably. He has mostly dark colors, but there's elements and like little kind of tiny ambient glowing mushrooms that are around him. And the colors are vibrant, but anyone who's like remotely familiar with nature realizes that they are warning signs of toxicity and poison, and just stay away. They are bright, but they're bright in their kind of warning to other people to back off. He moves with a purpose. He seems to be less concerned about people and their stares. He's unlike Morlo. He doesn't return people's waves or entertain their curiosity. He just kind of is very mission based. And I'll say the one big accessory that he has, probably more than anything, is his. He has basically the rib cage up to the skull of someone's remains that have been completely overtaken with fungus. And whenever he is forced to converse with people, he's unwilling to share minds or delve into the minds of people he doesn't know. So he speaks through. He'll bring this kind of corpse around and speak through it verbally to express himself, if and when need be.
Kuvu, you have been sent to the city alongside another companion of yours, but in the last few days, you have obviously been going about things in different manners, where one is asking questions and getting to know everyone and trying to find out what's happening. You've been taking a more direct route. And strangely enough, it feels as though something has been directly communicating with you. You mushrooms, you Mike, and it's not necessarily dream, but when you've been resting, there have been times where there have been feelings that have been sent in your direction. Over time, Kuvu has not been able to explain it, but it just feels like the infinite is speaking with you in some way. At first, it is comforting, it is acknowledging, it is recognizing, at least, that there seems to be someone who is willing to fight for the infinite, fight for the environment, for the people, the city, everyone that relies upon it, and a gratitude that comes along with that. But there are never words that are shared. It's simply feelings, which of course makes it even harder to explain. And whether Kuvu shares this information or not, the one message that you at least received is that danger to the infinite is near. And during a moment of rest, you get a vision of a building, a house of some kind. It looks like every old residential environment within the city, nothing particularly out of place, but you know where it is in the city. And currently on this night, you find yourself heading in that direction. Thankfully, it does take long. The Mahala Kuvu stuff is going to be hilarious. As you find yourself heading in the direction of this home, it's a decent distance away from the infinite. It's probably a 25-minute walk or so, but it is close enough that it's very easy to visit, of course. And as you find yourself within the block of the home, you can see that there are still candlelights on, there's still voices within it. There seems to be a family of some kind within it, currently actively speaking. But you have found your location.
Is there anyone visibly around the area that would serve as perhaps a witness or accomplices to whatever he is looking into?
Check.
First roll, don't do me dirty.
Like the other group had trouble. They clawed their way out
We
eventually.
burned up all the doing you dirty energy, I think. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Very nice. Yeah. As you look around, there are a few stragglers, but nobody is lingering. If anybody walks in this area, they're walking with purpose. They're going to their home. They're perhaps going somewhere else, perhaps even to the infinite. But nobody is lingering in this space. You do, of course, know that you stand out quite a bit. So in the time, there are a few looks in your direction, but otherwise, people are on their way, and it is a bit sparse in this area. Because at this point, most people have settled down.
He'll try to, not necessarily he doesn't, as long as there's no one who's in his way, he'll try to investigate the building or even go into it. But he is a short king, so I don't know how high these windows are or if that's even applicable. But if not, then he'll try to seek entry in.
All right. I will let you. Let's see. If you're just trying to seek entry, give me an investigation.
He's amazing at those.
I know. I think you're playing two characters that are just not.
Oh, he's
great
actually
at
not
this.
terrible at this. Hold on.
Oh, huh. Hold on. Sorry.
Why is he- I think I fucked up his stats. I did. Ignore that. I just flipped two of them around.
I like that you're like, it's not that bad. Rolls a 2. Oh no.
No, yeah, it's even worse. So
Oh,
hold
it's
on.
worse. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, it's way worse.
All right. Well,
It's a 1. That's a -1. That's what it should be. I flipped his two stats.
okay.
Yeah, so that's a 1. That's a strong 1.
Gotcha. Okay. Wow. All right. So, with that, honestly, it feels as though, even though this is a residential place, that this is at least locked at the moment. All the doors and windows seem to be locked. There doesn't seem to be very easy entryway inside, at least. But go ahead and give me another check as you're coming around the area. There may be some other things that you are able to kind of pick up as you go so.
Go so.
You go so.
Let's see. Is that another perception?
Yeah. Oh my God, who is this man?
Highest perception I've ever rolled in my life.
Truly. You're not able to find any entrance, but as you are making your way from doorway to doorway and window to window, you are able to overhear what's going on inside. And at first, it sounds like murmurings, a speech between about 3 or 4 people. You're not entirely sure, but it feels tense. There seems to be confusion as to where someone may be going, why they aren't communicating as much as they used to, and more speak of perhaps the neighbors are being strange as well. They're very, very both confused and concerned. And every so often a younger voice kind of pipes in as well. But for the most part, there seems to be tension that seems to be distrusting, even of each other, as you overhear the conversation.
Anything that he could identify as being antagonistic towards the infinite, whether knowingly or otherwise, he could pick out.
I imagine you're there for a little bit listening because you are going from like space to space, just trying to see where you could get inside. But eventually towards the end of the conversation, you hear one of the masculine voices. I'm just gonna take a walk, all right? Just need to clear my head. And you hear a sort of a question, at least on the other end. You don't make it out fully, but you hear, my usual, the water clears my head.
He's going to try to get in position so that he can see him as he walks out of the door.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Read those two.
Yeah. Well, 0. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm gonna burn my D20 because those.
Yeah, add your D20.
All right,
nice. Okay. All right, 16. All right. You managed to kind of skitter across the road and find a very nice shadow for you to kind of sink into. And thankfully, you're not a very large target. So, being able to kind of duck behind some of the barrels or boxes that are on the outsides of buildings is easy enough. And you do have a decent view. But eventually you do watch as a man who does seem to be a native of the city, at least in terms of appearance, a human man with twists that are kind of pulled back tight towards the back of his head, currently just kind of sighing, wearing what looks to be sort of comfortable casual clothes at the moment, stepping outside for a moment, kind of looking up towards the moon before turning his attention towards the infinite. And he takes about 3 or 4 steps before you hear like a soft gasp from him, and he stops and then starts walking with purpose towards the infinite.
He's going to get within 30 feet of him and kind of pull his skull creature around and kind of channel spores through its mouth in his direction and cast Charm Person.
Oh, Jesus, out the gate. Okay, wisdom saving throw? Yeah? All
Yep.
right. Hold on, just double checking. Yeah, the advantage stuff
My
is just...
DC should be 18. I don't know why it's not reflecting, but he has his little...
18, you said?
Please.
All right. I will just
Moon
double check.
sickle.
Okay, let's do this. As this comes out and the spores reach across to affect this person, you see him stop once again in his tracks and kind of blink for a few moments and then start looking around. You, as the caster of this spell, would recognize that it was resisted.
Oh, was it resisted within a D4?
What was your thing again?
It was 18.
18? Yeah, you need a 4.
YOLO.
YOLO, let's go.
Damn! I
I was rooting for you. I was rooting for you, Dennis.
That's all good. It's all good.
Oh my god, yeah. But you feel it fail and you immediately see the attention attempting to find where you are. But doesn't seem to recognize or like look in your direction at the moment. Is mostly just kind of looking forward and to the sides before he starts to kind of walk forward again. A little bit faster this time.
Do his best to keep up.
Okay, yeah, that's not too hard, but he does make his way towards the infinite. Quicker after the charm attempt, but still manages to get towards the shore. And at this point, a few people are still in the area, some just enjoying the waves, but it's mostly relatively empty around here, and it is so large that it's easy enough to find an empty space along the banks, and that does seem to be his intention. And hiding around the infinite is a little bit more difficult. There are a few trees and shrubs that are a little bit further back, but once it starts hitting kind of like the shoreline, basically, where it's just sand, it's a little bit more open. And you're able to watch as he seemingly purposefully goes to a space in which the shrubbery, any kind of tree line or anything, is way further back. He is quite exposed where he is. And as he stands along the edges of the water, just seems to look over them. Not quite making eye contact with anything in particular, but just staring out. And Kuvu, again, a rush of feelings come over you again. This man is dangerous. And you're not sure why.
So, and is he armed in any ways, or any kind of like? Does he look like someone who's maybe martially capable or anything of that nature?
You can do an investigation, I guess. If you're trying to see, well, give me an insight. Actually, insight. I think insight will work. In the brief time that Nubs was here, he shed all over the desk. There's just all this black fur everywhere. It's hot. All right. From what you can see, like, he is certainly spry looking from what you can recognize. You don't see any weapons on him at the moment, but athletic enough from what you can make out. Perhaps if he does have any specialities, perhaps a martial, but I don't see any weapons on him right now.
He's going to approach slowly, but obviously, as to not surprise whatever this is. But when he gets there, he'll bring around the Skelly Boy and attempt to communicate.
Please imagine this creepy fucking mushroom walking up to you at night alone, and then he pulls out a skeleton to talk to you. Insane. Sorry, go ahead. But as you do break ground with him, sorry about that, you see his eyes kind of immediately dart towards you for a second, and then your skeleton, and just seems to wait in silence, a bit startled, but mostly just confused.
What are you doing here?
Enjoying my time.
You bring unease to this place. I would ask that you leave.
I bring unease.
Nexus skeleton. It is what I said.
Are you a guardian?
Of a sort.
Of what?
This, he just kind of, gestures to the infinite.
1 second. As you gesture, initially you notice that his vision seemed to kind of be almost above the waves of the infinite. It wasn't quite at the waterline or anyone in it or anything in regards to it, just kind of almost like above. And as you kind of motion towards it and say this, you see his eyes finally kind of sink a little bit lower, looking into the infinite. And again, you get a pulse of concern.
With that pulse, can he use his wild shape to throw out his spores?
Yeah.
Because if the infinite's like, yo, watch out, he's not going to ignore that. So he'll do his, I think it's symbiotic entity. Nope. Yes. No, yes. Yes,
Yes,
it
no?
is.
No,
I'm
yes.
Correct. Yes,
Yeah.
I figured it out.
You nailed it, Ned. I'm so proud of you.
So yeah, like kind of like almost like a dust explosion of thick kind of spores are now hanging kind of in the air around him. I'll ask again, but for the last time, please leave.
And you see like, his eyes have kind of widened a little bit as he stares over only one point within the infinite. It's not the center of it, but it's somewhere along the edges, but he almost seems fascinated in some way. But as he addresses you, his eyes never leave the water. Little guardian, you have been very helpful. I don't think we even had proper introductions. Who are you?
Why don't you take a walk and we can have this discussion away from this place?
Give me a persuasion, actually, while you do this. Oh, you're not bad at these. That's not a great roll.
I'm not. That's my D&D career in a nutshell.
As you ask this, you watch as his smile kind of widens for a second, still looking at the water until when his smile or his laugh finally stops, looks in your direction. No, I think I'll stay right here, but I did ask for your name. It does seem rude to deny me that. If it makes you feel any better, I'll introduce myself. I am Kairu. And you are?
Not prone to the fancies of the fleshlings and your social intricacies.
You're passionate about this. Your guardianship.
Word I would use is insistent.
Oh, I can see that. I would then recommend you leave at your earliest convenience.
His sickle slides out from his kind of cloak area down kind of creepily into his hand. I don't intend on leaving without you leaving first.
Intimidation, please.
Really not terrible at that either. We'll find it.
Let's go! Oh! That It is pretty creepy. I mean, granted, you are still like 3'4", but you are cutting a very dangerous image right now. As you say this, you watch as his hands come up for a second and understood, little guardian. He starts taking a few steps away, rather slowly.
He'll just keep the distance between them, but, make up for the ground given.
Continues walking before you hear a... and then stares at you for a second. Just seems to back off even more so.
Change of hearts?
I'm rolling for him. This is fucking terrifying. You still have your weapon out. You're just like in the moonlight in front of this thing with a skeleton in one hand and a weapon in the other. Yeah, you watch as he turns and scrambles off rather quickly.
He'll make his way back to the Infinite slowly, just to make sure he's not trying to double back or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Try to commune.
Yeah. I will let you choose. If you use insight, the message will be more vague if there is any connection that is made. If you would like to try for a little more of a traditional communion, then you can roll your D100. And you would need to get beneath a 10 or below to have a full detailed communion.
He's already got vagaries right now. I think he would go for the full communion because he doesn't understand anything that he just saw.
Mm-hmm. We love a swing. Let's go.
Yes.
Damn.
Or near it.
I was rooting for you, Nanas. I was rooting for you.
Below average. That's what
Still below 50, which is, right where we expected it to be. The waves continue to greet you as they always have. And it is reassuring, and you're not getting those feelings that were coming over you of there's danger around, there's something that needs to be protected of some kind, but you're there for a little bit of time in the waters, just waiting, and eventually a feeling of gratitude is eventually conveyed, but it takes a little bit of time. But you don't see Kairu around anymore, at least not right now. But Kuvu, at this point, is aware of where this person dwells. And if this person is a danger to the Infinite, you may need to be in this area for a little bit.
Absolutely. If that's conveyed, he'll absolutely meander on over. He still wants more answers, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a great conversation, but that's really on him. But he'll
we will
march on down.
Oh, where in particular do you think he'd be heading?
Well, he's also real confused because that guy had multiple personality, dissociative personality disorder in the middle of a conversation, so that was strange. So he'll follow him back to that hideout with his friends. Or not follow, but make his way over there first.
Okay. As you watch, and listen in at least, just being a real creeper outside as a scully little mushroom. It is quiet when he gets back. It seems perhaps he rushed home and decided to rest for the night, whatever it may be, but remains quiet.
It doesn't say anything. It's just
No, not currently. And for Kuvu's knowledge, and sort of time skipping us a little bit here, I would imagine obviously Kuvu would keep tabs for some time, continuing his other tasks along the way, but it is 4 or 5 days or so before, in your usual, along the nights, you start... Joe, that last gif is unacceptable. But as Kuvu is sort of scoping the area each night, there is another night in which there does seem to be a little bit more tension within the inside of this building. Voices are raised a lot bit louder than they were once. Before eventually you watch as Kairu exits the building again. And as he walks out and seems to look in the direction of the infinite, there are a few blocks and you know, buildings and such within the way. You can't see the infinite in a straight shot from here. But the way he's looking, it feels like he can look through everything, and it's just looking directly at the infinite as he continues to walk.
Yeah, he's definitely tailing him. Before he gets to the infinite, though, he'll attempt to stop him again.
Okay. Are you approaching him? How are you going about doing this?
Just a voice from behind, you know. Okay. Still, probably keeping at least 30 feet between him and them. But what is your fascination?
Who sends you?
Told you.
The water?
The infinite.
Oh, hold on one second. I'm doing another.
You and I both know it's more than just water.
Go ahead and give me an insight advantage this time.
Add advantage, sir. Give me one.
Oh, you said advantage. I apologize.
No, it's okay. You're good. Nice. It feels like he's learning from everything you're saying, as if this very common knowledge is unknown to him. And as he's saying, as you are saying bits and pieces, and you remember that the night before when you had seen him, and you said the infinite, it was only when you said the word that he was seemingly able to look at it. And now that you're mentioning some more details, it almost feels like those are starting to connect some dots for him. The infinite in particular seemed to be a very dramatic reaction, but this one there seems to be a little bit of confusion, like perhaps he wasn't able to break through something. But as you say that, you watch his head kind of tilt. We both know something, I guess. I intend on visiting it. If you follow me, that means... If you follow me, that means you intend on dying. I suggest you stay.
This only ends one way, then.
He turns and starts walking towards the infinite.
He'll cast Whole Person.
Get him.
Yes, let's go. Your DC is 18.
18.
You said? You told me twice already. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. You stop passing my saves, please.
What does it look like as your spores take hold?
Oh, yeah. I imagine it's just like a meandering cloud that comes out of that skull's mouth again, and then this guy seems willful, so I imagine there's some resistance as it begins to take hold. But yeah, he'll eventually just be locked into place, and he'll just kind of creepily, you know, meander up to him.
Absolutely struggling within this, and you could see and hear the strain in his voice and his muscles as they tremble in the space. Your girl rolled 2. As you're able to kind of close the distance on him and take a look, the dark eyes of the native human man that you had witnessed the days before is now overthrown by white instead. And as you turn to get in front of him, you see the kind of vacant stare look in your direction, struggling still against your spell. You complicate things.
How are you talking?
Through vessels, mostly.
If he can, and this, I don't know what this would look like, but he's going to try to slash at his eyes, because it is crit damage.
It is!
And this guy was trying to see the infinite.
Uh-huh.
So if he removes his eyes, it's not a problem.
All right.
So-
A couple things. It does get a save at the end of their turn based on this spell. So we're going to see what that looks like, and then I'll have you roll your attack roll as well.
Another 2 for me, please? The best.
You see struggle within a still, and for a moment it looks as though this man was about to sort of lunge in your direction. You can see that he was attempting to, but your spores hold him in place. Go ahead and roll your attack roll. You know, at advantage, as long as you hit. As mentioned, it is a crit.
Wow, this is how we can Rusty have this player. This.
Yeah. It's like, oh my god. As you make this swinging arc with your sickle, and I will ask you to describe it in just a moment, but as you describe it knowing that mid-swing, water that was never around you at this moment seems to appear and guide your sickle, and particularly hang towards the end of this blade where it is making direct connection with this man's eyes. Go ahead and describe what this swing looks like.
I think it's one of those, he's short king. So doing this like, from this angle is tough. So I think he goes to leap up, and it's one of those situations where the water rushes up and helps him up. And some of that residual flow comes over his arm, and he just quick horizontal, just brutal, honestly, cut across the eyes, the nose, everything. Just a deep gash, just trying to destroy the organ in a single slash.
And it is a devastating cut. We won't get into too much details because some eye damage we don't want to. So, but the slice is made and the damage is done, and you immediately hear a sort of a roar of agony that is very quickly cut off. It sounds unnatural in the way it does, but there is pain and then there is nothing after that. And then for a moment you watch as the eyes remain white but bloodied from this. Nearly attempting to look in your direction, but there is nothing to really look in that direction. But the head at least turns in your direction. And this taller individual seems to only grow taller. And as it continues to grow and stretch, and the hands and fingers seem to just get longer and longer, the skin turns white as well, no longer the bronzed and dark-haired person that was before you, but instead a pale, fully white, dark blue hair looking down at you. Well, that was interesting. You've crippled a man for life, I think. But I did tell you that if you interfere with me, it means death for you. I'll give you a moment
Prepared. Are you?
to say your last words.
The infinite provides, if last words are needed.
A vessel for the infinite, perhaps? For the... You watch as like a bit of confusion comes over the taller creature's face for a second, and then blinks away. A vessel for me, perhaps. reaches the long, gangly fingers in your direction. And Kubu, as they sort of wrap around your entire body, the fingers are long enough to hold a regular-sized medium creature quite easily. And as you are much smaller, it feels like the fingers double around you, almost like wrapping twice, squeezing and pulling you up to see this face in a little bit more detail. The eyes are bigger and wider than you were expecting. It feels almost alien-like. And you can see that the damage is still there, but there are other features that seem to kind of be slipping into your view. The ears are pointed now, where once they were rounded, and there feels like there's almost like red color that seems to be simmering under the pale, pale skin. But I'm watching you and pulling you close. A vessel indeed, little guardian. I'll see you soon. And with a crunch, Kugu, everything goes black for you. Kugu down. I think this is probably a good place to take our break before we get to the last two here. Because I definitely have to pee. But this is fucking dope as fuck, that is. That was so sick. I rolled so poorly for you. I'm happy for me.
Listen, regardless of what happens to your character, that's a win. Thank you for blinding a guy that I don't like.
Nailed it. No, but that was awesome. We are going to take our 10-minute break. It's 11:31, so we'll be back at 11:41-ish. But yeah, grab a drink, stretch your legs. We'll be back in a little bit. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate everyone hanging out and chatting in chat. It's always great to see you guys around. We'll be back to kill 2 more characters. Bye.
5.
You do not have to shove this brownie.
I'm done. I'm done. You can't unshove what has been shoved.
The best. By the time your camera showed up, it was like it did not show the brownie. It just showed you chewing with your mouth full. It was great. But hello, we're back again. We had a nice, lovely break. I forgot to refill my water though, so I might need to break off and do that at some point. But I did grab a snack. Thanks, Ned. It's like I appreciate it.
2 drinks.
For shame.
Oh gosh, yeah. I'm not used to having to refill my own water, and Dubs isn't here, so I don't know what to do. No, I'm just kidding. I just forgot.
It usually comes out of a faucet.
Typically, yeah. But we're connecting back with the team. We are watching as alternate lives are coming to an end. We have gone through a couple of people here, but we are working our way through. And our next will be a particular tabaxi. And let me double check one last thing before I get to it. All right, so I won't describe your name or your character, of course, but you find yourself in a city that is not Kimate Kimane. It's a smaller one. It wound up becoming a trade route for a little while, and a lot of people kind of come and go because it actually winds up being between Baldur's Gate and another city, and kind of wound up being in between, and just due to travel has grown in population over time. So while it is a city, there's not a lot of permanent residents. Most often people are traveling on their way through. So a lot of new faces, a lot of days, which does mean a lot of new jobs for someone of your persuasion. So would you mind explaining who you're playing and describing what they look like?
Nero is maybe all of about 5 feet tall. Medium length fur, dark black with silver accents to it. Something like a what was that cat that we based him on? Oh god, the dog is
That timing was so good.
But yeah, Nero is maybe all of 5 feet tall. He is medium length fur, dark, mostly black with a bit of a silver accent to it, not like stripes or markings, just like silver tips, so that certain parts of him are a little bit more gray in certain lights. Wears some fairly nondescript clothing so that he can more easily blend in with his surroundings when needed. Long, fluffy tail that he keeps very well brushed. But he is just happily going about his business, a little tail flick here and there.
I think we talked about a Norwegian forest cat, if I remember correctly, when we were describing what kind of cat you would be.
Yes, so a Norwegian forest cat, yeah.
Yeah, super, super fluffy boys.
Very fluffy.
You find yourself in a city known as Elkheim. And many people are coming through, as mentioned. But there are a few places that you are particularly comfortable with. There's a tavern that you've been staying at for a little bit. And Nero, you may or may not have plans to stay in the area or to head out, but the nice thing about this city is you don't need to make a decision immediately. You can kind of play it day by day. But where do you think Nero would find himself on this particular afternoon? It's probably like 3 p.m. or so.
He is probably lounging on a rooftop somewhere, ear perked for whatever tantalizing information or happenstance might come along. But just relaxing, enjoying the sun, sometimes peeking over the edge so that it looks like something's outside someone's window and then isn't there anymore. You know, just a little bit of fun here and there.
It's you're up there for a little bit, watching a decent amount of interaction as a few people are kind of walking around. Nobody seems to be noticing you, even though it is kind of like broad daylight and like you are on a roof, which is a little bit harder to notice, but it is bright enough. People should be looking in your direction, but nobody is at this moment. Until eventually you see a dwarven man kind of stop right before the roof that you're on and look up, trying to make eye contact with you as people are sort of bustling about. But this particular person does seem to be someone who lives within the city. But in looking over you, you watch as a man you have interacted with a couple of times before seems to have offered odd jobs here and there, sometimes just scout, just to take a look, to escort a trade route, a snoring dog in the background, but here, little things here and there. And you know this man as Balnir, but stops right before the roof and looks up at you, attempting to get your attention, sort of waving his thick arm in your direction. Hey!
Nero will probably slide along the roof just a little bit, stop himself right at the edge, and then spin around to where he's just kind of hanging half off of it, and like just smile broadly, big Cheshire grin at Adam.
Hey, how you doing?
I am doing just fine, darling. How are you?
Good, totally good. Could you be on the ground, if you don't mind?
Well, if you insist. I will work my way to whatever means necessary with which to dismount the roof.
Dismount the roof? That's a line. Yeah, no. It is no. If you want to do it with flair, I would say give me an acrobatics. But if you're just going down, there's nothing to worry about. I'm sure you'd be fine.
Sure. Let's see how the rolling works for me.
Took some time
Not
for it to
bad.
load in for me, but that was good. No, that was great.
Not bad.
Yeah, with style and flair, you do manage to land, and you can see as you land, the dwarven man kind of almost like retracts from your direction. Just anyway, I do. Voice is low.
Nero will very purposefully, so that it's just kind of like that, oh god, what touched me effect that cats do to people with their tail. Like as he lands next to him, like the tail will just barely brush his arm to where it feels like something is touching you, but not quite, and then the tail is gone again.
Yeah, you do get like a secondary jump because the initial was you landing close to him, and the second is the tail, and then eventually just. All right, it's nice to see you too. I think that's what that means, right? What I wanted to tell you is someone was looking for you, and I don't know who they are, but they promised a hefty pay. I wasn't sure if you're still trying to find some work, but this could be something if you're interested.
Oh, I'm always in the market for work of some kind or another. Did they happen to say how they knew me or knew of me?
No, simply that they wanted to get in touch with you, and honestly, offered me a little bit just to see if I could facilitate such meeting, and here we are. Something like that.
Did you get any heebie-jeebies off of them or anything like that?
I mean, a little bit, but it's part of the reason I wanted to talk to you on the ground. Not sure what to make of it or if it's even worth looking at. Honestly, a part of me is just hoping that you would go talk to them and tell them you're not interested so that you could fuck off or whatever, but I don't know if it's particularly worth your time. I imagine you're getting plenty of work elsewhere anyway.
Well, I can say that my curiosity is piqued.
All right, well, they would like to meet you at the Sunken Spider when you get a chance. The, you know, the weird, darker tavern that most people avoid. Luna! Luna's saying don't go.
Luna is definitely saying don't go. Well, that's just creepy.
Yeah, I agree.
And honestly, if you meet, it's just. Do they not understand that that's just not how that business works? You are most likely to, run into trouble if you are trying to hire out jobs there.
Yeah, I would agree with that, which is part of the reason why I think if you just go there and tell them you're not interested, we could split the finder's fee. It wasn't a lot, but at the very least, we could say that you went there and you weren't interested, whatever.
Well, maybe I'll check it out. And if I feel like walking in, then I'll do a little bit of a saunter over. What do they look like? Who am I looking for? Is there some sort of signal? Are they going to be wearing a pretty little flower on their lapel? Is this a blind date that I will be going to?
No. I mean, maybe it will be by the time you get there, but when I looked at it, it was pretty plain as day. Some kind of elven woman with blonde hair, kind of short, seemed real severe and intense. But she was looking for you. Didn't get her name. I also didn't want to ask.
Well, I can understand that. Elven women, especially the stern ones, they're hard to deal with sometimes.
I felt like if I said the wrong thing, she'd stab me right then and there, so I wasn't trying to get on any kind of mood.
I'd probably agree with that. Stern, short blonde hair will probably stand out at the bar. All right. Well,
if you see a certain someone looking at you with real, I might kill you eyes, that's probably her.
Isn't that everyone there? Anyway, you go.
What kind are you hanging out with? No, sorry.
You go do your thing. I'll be able to find you wherever I need to. And I will go decide if I'm going to speak to this stern elven blonde woman.
Sounds good. Like I said, if you don't take it, let me know. I can split this fee with you. We can both get something out of nothing.
I appreciate that offer.
All right. Well, sometime tonight. She'll be there, she said.
So as Nero goes and scampers back up to the rooftops, with which to take the roof road to get there, because cat. What kind of vibe did I get from this contact? Did it kind of feel like he was helping to set up a trap? Or did it feel mostly like I don't want to lose the services of this person, but I also was paid to contact them?
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Okay.
Oh, good insight. Oh, no! 3!
Yeah.
As you...
Still above 10, but yeah.
It's above 10, yep. And part of the advantage you have here is you have worked with Balnir before, and you have had plenty of interactions with him in the past as well. And when you mentioned heebie-jeebies, you kind of noticed a mostly subtle reaction to that, but you've known him long enough to realize that was kind of a strong reaction.
Yeah, there was definitely a heebie-jeebies.
Him not wanting you to not go is most likely because he is just uncomfortable with it for whatever reason. Probably didn't get a lot of information, but he seems uncomfortable with it all throughout.
All right. Okay, so yeah, Nero would probably just work his way along the roofs, jumping from one to another and scampering up various cornices, etc., to kind of scout the area and be able to be watching as this person arrives whenever it were to happen.
All right, go ahead and give me a perception check for that.
Okay.
And I do know you're good at those.
Yeah. Not quite as high as my passive, but okay.
I know, that's the wild thing, right? Because it's like, I hate when my passive is better than my just, like, actual looking. But I think on this particular day, you are there for a little bit. He did mention that she was going to be there at night, so there is a decent amount of time that passes in between there. And Sunken Spider is a like a tavern and inn, and plenty of people come to eat and sleep there. But it is a bit on the weirder side. The wood around it and making up most of the building seems to be like charcoal black almost. Oh, hello, Litching Hour. We just got raided again. Hello, thank you so much. Ooh, I gotta say hello to you, the Litching Hour. Litching Hour is awesome. If you don't know about him, he's great. Oh, they were playing Jackbox. Okay, that's always fun. But the Litching Hour, he made his own fucking like game, and it's called Viva La Dungeon, and it was so much fun. He actually invited me back, but my schedule's fucked, so I'm not able to make it. But he's such a good guy, and like such a fun crew over there. And I know they do like TTRPG stuff as well. But he's awesome. Thank you so much for dropping by. We're in the middle of kind of introducing some different characters right now. I'm kind of killing you guys. That's true, I am. But thank you very much for dropping by. As a reminder, we're on our almost like countdown to 600 followers. So if you're not following us and you like what you see, come give us a follow. We're gonna do some a dice raffle once we hit it. Stop asking for help. Get out of here, Dennis. But thank you for the follow, and then there was something else I was going to mention. I forgot what it was, but thank you again for dropping by, Litching Hour. I really appreciate it. We are going to be hopping back in. We're catching up with Nero, played by Evie, who is currently on a rooftop and trying to see who's coming in and who's hopefully the contact that she was looking for, or he's looking for. Excuse me. But with a perception check of 16. You do notice quite a bit of traffic in and out, but at the moment you're not catching that particular individual you were looking for. And I imagine you're up there until night, so whenever the sun decides to set and your time on your mark is ready. But you do not seem to notice her entering the place.
Okay. I would like to say that while waiting there, because there was a little bit of boredom, there was the occasional picking up of little pebbles or bits of like broken slate roof that was up there, and tossing it idly at passersby and then hiding to where it could not be seen on top of the roof.
This is just for me. Please give me just like a random d20.
Okay.
Yeah, was it 2?
Yeah, it was a 2.
No, that's great. That's fantastic. There's a moment in which when you kind of toss one of them, you've done it a couple times at this point. It's been all very, very smooth. But one of them in particular, you didn't notice perhaps how tall this creature was initially, but it actually winds up kind of bouncing off the shoulder of this passerby, to which you watch them kind of straighten up, towering 8 or 9 feet tall, fully cloaked at this moment, but eventually kind of turns to look in your direction. A fully white-skinned woman with very, very dark hair that's kind of been pulled back away from her face. The hood and cloak clearly custom so that it could cover her massive bulk. Just turns and looks in your direction. Give me a history check.
Okay. And like, we'll totally finger wave at the figure when they spot him. History is not one of my strong suits.
It's not great. Okay. This is mostly for like identification purposes. You're not sure who this person is. You have not run into her before. But she looks like a giant of some kind. You don't know who or how, but that's a very large lady. But looks in your direction, and after you give the wave, just seems to like hold the stare for a while, and then turns to step into the Sunken Spider.
During the stare, Nero will also bow.
Give me persuasion for that. I like that. That's
Persuasion?
funny.
Okay.
Yeah, persuasion.
Still
Okay,
not great. I am
pretty-
rolling shit. I am rolling absolute shit.
Everyone is. It's been rough. Oh my god. Well, that is rolled well, but otherwise, it was. That's how you know something's wrong. Everyone's rolling poorly, and Dennis is doing well. But as you bow, there doesn't seem to be a shift in her expression at all. But she steps inside of the building. But it is night, and presumably your contact should be waiting for you.
Okay. With that, without the flair of the previous one, Nero will stroll down the building
Mhm.
and to an alleyway and slip casually over to one of the windows and kind of peek in, looking around to see if he can see this figure that might have slipped his notice, potentially while doing a stare down with a giant into the building.
Stealth and then perception, please.
Okay. Fucking please. Something.
You know it's.
The fuck? A 5. A fucking. So, total of 13, but I rolled a 5.
Yeah. Come on, baby.
And a 7. So, a 17. What the fuck?
Did you hit double digits once? You did. Okay, your first acrobatics was really good, and then your persuasion was a 10. Okay, all right. It's been rough. But as you head over to the window, and start kind of looking inside, the good news is you do have your darker fur kind of working with you in this situation. The sun is set, it's a little bit darker outside. You're outside the window, a little bit harder to see. However, your big inquisitive eyes are catching the light every so often as you're kind of looking around in this window. And there are a couple times where you see a few glances looking in your direction. You are relieved to see that where you are in like this window in particular, where you are in the building, that the large giant woman seems to have her back towards you, so it does not seem to look in your direction. But hello, Power of Positivity, Power O Positivity, and Litching Hour, thank you again for dropping by. I understand if you gotta run. Have a wonderful night. Thank you. But the large giant woman doesn't seem to look in your direction. But it seems as though the moment you catch eyes or recognize the person you were looking for, that she seems to have been looking at you for some time. Across the way in a booth by herself, hood pulled up. Very, very bright eyes that are completely kind of masked in almost like charcoal-like makeup, just really dark across her face that seems to kind of go across in a band, stares at you in an intensity that you would describe as equal to what was described from your dwarven friend. Staring at you from across the space, but otherwise leaning back in her booth.
Well, since I have been spotted, Nero will rest both elbows on the windowsill.
Continues to stare, and then
Just like makes a bunch of really innocuous hand gestures in greeting, just to see how far he can push this person's attention.
You probably get to like the second gesture before her eyes just leave you, and there's just like a clear look of frustration.
So, he'll sigh very dramatically, stand back up completely, and then stroll super casually in. Doesn't like make a scene of entering with like a door slam open, just kind of casually enters. Doesn't seem to like directly look at anyone because you don't want to like challenge with a stare off in most cases here. But will just wander in her direction. Well, hello there, darling. Is there something that I can help you with? I seem to have caught your attention with my fabulous self.
Sit, please.
Would you care to at least introduce yourself?
Venon, sit.
Very insistent, very insistent. But as you have caught my curiosity, I will sit for a moment just to entertain your entertainment. And then we'll, like, lounge in the seat, legs crossed, tail, like, flicked over the back, and then just, like, kind of twitching behind him.
I can't look at Discord right now. I looked for a second and I was starting to lose it. As you settle across from her, she kind of glances across the room for just a second before looking back towards you. This should be quick. I hope it will be. Someone is looking for a very particular person. And from what I have seen, at least, I do believe that's you. There is a time, date, and place on this paper, as she kind of pulls out a small, like, folded piece from her leather armor and sets it on the table. I do believe if you go, there is quite a good amount of, let's say, valuables that will be placed in your possession.
Now, you understand that I do not deal in objects, I deal in words. So this is an interesting and unusual circumstance that you are describing to me. It is also an extremely obvious location that you have chosen to express this to me in.
Correct.
So is this inexperience or indifference on your part that you have chosen this location?
Yeah, give me an insight check as well with that.
Something?
Discord.
Anything good? Fucking no! What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh my gosh. Her eyes never seem to leave you after they kind of like flicked off and then back towards you. And the entire time it is stony. Intense, as mentioned. She does not look like she wants to be there, but you are not getting much from her. And as you ask your questions, she doesn't seem particularly inclined to answer them. So when this particular one comes out and you see her eyes narrow slightly. The task was simply to let you know where and when.
So, someone paid you to find me, so you paid someone else that you happened to, for some reason, knows me to let me know that you were looking for me for someone else that is also looking for my person.
This is taking longer than I would prefer. You can go to that space or not. This was decided because I needed to give you information.
Would you care to inform me on who it is that I might be meeting, someone that I might be looking for, some way to identify this individual instead of wandering off with some random person?
Persuasion check.
Which I'm sure is not... Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to roll very well, and I have not endeared this person to me whatsoever.
What is happening? So bad.
This is like the opposite of the way that I normally roll on your channel. This campaign.
True.
This campaign, because the past 2 times that I've been over here, I was rolling like it was like touched by the gods. And this time, I can't roll for shit.
But you know what? Maybe it's all just happening now. Maybe it'll get better from here. I don't know. I'm trying to look at the bright side right now. But as you ask this question, she doesn't quite roll her eyes, but it's almost like she rolls her like head in a way, like she's almost doing the motion, but continues looking at you. It's been going down a long trail, it sounds like, but I think I'm your last stop. you're looking for a hefty payday, be there. If you're not interested, don't go.
I don't think that I know how to trust someone who won't even provide to me their name or a description of who I'm looking for. So I'm not sure that I would be inclined to appear at this location that you are attempting to point myself to.
Regardless of your decision, the handoff has been made. If there's anything else you decide to irritate me with, you can ask it now before I leave.
Out of character question, when
Sure.
the paper was pushed across the table, is the address / information actually visible, or is it like folded?
It's folded.
Okay. You know, I don't think that there is. And I think that perhaps your employer, if this is really such a situation, should either look into getting you some interpersonal training or possibly hiring out to other sources that know how to deal with such charming individuals as myself.
You're on the last sentence when you hear her hand like slam onto the table and she just rises and leaves.
Bye.
Not a word. Simply seems to slink out of the entire inn.
Yeah. As she leaves, did she leave the paper behind?
Yes.
He'll take out a dagger and just use the dagger to like flick it open slightly to look at it.
I'll let you choose, whichever you think is more appropriate. Perception or investigation. They will give
perception
different
has
information.
been dealing me dirty tonight, so let's try investigation.
You say that like some things haven't been.
Hey!
There you go.
Woo! All right. As you sort of start to move the paper and try and look at it, there's just for a second, there's like a sheen, like a shimmer on the inside of it. And it's not the candlelight that's catching it. Parchment doesn't reflect light like that. But Nero, you're quite sure that there's some kind of magic element to this. You don't know what it is, but you are able to read the address. It does seem to be a residential space within the city.
All right. You will then stab the paper with the dagger to use the dagger to pick it up, sort of like you're spearing a piece of cheese.
Is your dagger magical?
No.
It does not go through the paper. You watch as your dagger stops halfway through. Or not halfway through, but just like right on the top of it.
Yeah, I knew I didn't like her. Just not a trustworthy face. Well, if whatever enchanty hoo-ha is going on can hear me, and he's talking directly at the page as he holds it down with the dagger. If you can hear me through whatever enchanty hoo-ha is going on in there, you need to hire better people, nicer people, people with a face that you can trust, or at least some semblance of charisma. I do not know. Thank you so very much. And then just walks out, leaving the paper behind. He was gonna just stab through it with the dagger and burn it on the way out. But he was just like, no.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. As you leave it there, where would Nero like to go? You do recognize that the date and time is for the next day, and it is the middle of the night. It's about 3 a.m. or so.
This is prime work hours for Nero, so he'll probably do the rounds, just kind of taking the roof road, listening nearish windows to see what information he might be able to pick up. Just curious as a cat can be.
Careful, that'll kill you.
Satisfaction
brings it back. Go ahead and give me a little perception check as you are out in that area, taking a look.
I told you, Joe, it's the fucking perception.
I mean, I'm just looking at
Agree,
all the
this
rolls
is-
in total and then the one good one.
It's investigation. That's the only one. Anyway, as you kind of stalk the area and just kind of see what's going on, that particular building at no point seems to have any signs of life. There's no lights on in the evening, and even in the morning time, nothing. And also, you would kind of notice that like the foot traffic towards it seems light. Like the rest of the buildings here have muddy footsteps and such just from people walking around, but like this one looks relatively untouched.
Okay. Nero will definitely take note of that. Is not trying to investigate that building in particular, mostly because he does not plan on going to
Okay.
the meetings.
Sounds good.
Because he trusts his source better than the creepy lady that won't give him her name.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. So, on that date and time, as we kind of time skip to that next day, where does Nero find himself?
What time was it for?
By 3 a.m.
3 a.m. He's probably still making the rounds at various rooftops. Most people at this point have probably gone to sleep, but he would probably be listening in some of the shadier areas of the city to hear about any weird deals or things going on.
All right, girl, I'm rooting for you. Hit me with a perception check for your overhearing of conversations. Let's go.
Finally!
Hey, all
Fucking
right.
finally! Jesus fuck!
We made it. Okay. As you are listening in and eavesdropping, as you have many times before, the best part about cat ears is, you know, they can kind of rotate a little bit. They have very good radar dishes on the tops of their heads. But you're picking up things here and there, and most of it seems to be conversations about new people coming in, and that's normal. Everyone is new, it almost feels like. So lots of different people are coming in and out. But lately, there have been some that are coming in and staying, but they all feel weird. There's mentioned that the guard captain in the area has also been more or less like interviewing people, especially the newer folk that are coming in, if they seem to be causing any kind of trouble. But for the most part, it feels like the residents of the area are almost like too polite to say anything because they're used to travelers coming in and out, and that's how they make their business, so they're not going to complain. But the underground area of this city seems to be a little bit louder about it, a little bit more suspicious about it as well. And you are under no doubt understanding that Vanan was likely part of the underground and also suspicious of this. And it feels strange that someone who is probably part of the untrusting group of this area was perhaps involved in something that does seem rather shady. But you're able to overhear more or less the responses that you're getting, that is coming from these new people coming in.
Okay. With that in mind, Nero will probably go over to maybe the Noble's Quarter or something, detouring past to get a very curious look in the direction of the house that he neglected to go to, but not going directly there to meet anyone.
Gotcha. So, at that exact time, we'll say that you are
away.
Exactly as you described, not there, but taking a look around. Are you still on a rooftop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nero very much prefers the roof roads. He has special slippers to make sure that it's easy to even get up there.
As you linger on the rooftops, as you always have, it's a comfortable place. It's more comfortable sometimes than even being on the ground, and falling has never been a problem for you. But while you're there, it's not often you have company while you're up on the roof. But in this moment, it seems as though company simply appears. You never heard any footsteps. You didn't even feel like the shingles shifting around you, but about 2 or 3 feet, very close behind you, a voice that you have never heard speaks to you. I believe you had a meeting that you just decided not to show up for?
So there will be like that slightest full body twitch that cats do before super casually, like nothing is wrong, has noticed this person as they appeared and it did not bother him at all. Like just kind of glancing over his shoulder and shrugging slightly, but still keeping whoever this is in like the corner of his vision. Well, I didn't really like the messenger, nor did I really trust them. So why would I go to a meeting with someone? And again, if you are the person that hired her, she needs some sort of interpersonal training and interaction training, because seriously, that face was like cut from stone. Very attractive, but no expressions whatsoever. And I could see just the tension. She is going to have migraines as she gets older.
Your spiel is given to a face that is hidden behind a mask, a hood pulled over, leather armor, and what looks to be a bow strapped to his back.
Yeah.
Staring down at you.
Yep.
Not hired, if you could believe that. But this was important that you make it.
You say that, and yet the message lost in translation. I was told someone, not who or why, was looking for me and there would be money involved, which, or possibly goods, I do not know. I do not deal in goods.
What do you deal in?
Information. Words. Happenstance. Circumstance. News. Whispers. Gossip. Fun things like that.
You start to hear a bowstring being pulled back, but you don't see him reach for his. And what do you leave behind?
Usually satisfied customers, but sometimes a good bit of irritation with my general demeanor.
It's been a
I'm
pleasure,
self-aware enough to recognize that.
You're about halfway through that when you feel about 3 different bolts of force hit your body. The first dead center in the center of your spine. And the first thing you feel after that is nothing from the spine down. The second 2 shots through your neck, and the last through the back of your head. Before, for the first time, your body falls off of a roof. And this would have been a longer scene if you made it to the meeting, but if you didn't go, they were just gonna get you. So that's what it turned into.
No, I fully acknowledge that. I fully acknowledge that. Yeah. It was just like, no, I'm too smart for this shit. I'm curious. I'll take a peek, but I won't go.
No, it was great. That's exactly how I feel like it's like any kind of person with self-preservation is like, nah.
Nah, man.
Oh my gosh.
Not for me. I'm good.
Yeah. Thanks. With that, that's where I was like, I need to apologize because this could have been longer. I didn't want it to make it sound like I was like, and then we move on. But
that is okay. Goes. I fully expect the death after that to be like I miscalculate the jump between two buildings and get distracted by something below and don't even make the jump.
Parkour!
I was genuinely gonna make it something like that, but like you were, as per usual, anytime someone's like, I'm pretty open, I'm like, fantastic! We're gonna have fun with this. But we will move on from our poor baby Nero onto our last, which is LS. Yay! As we switch gears, and we instead find ourselves with a very different looking cat. In this particular situation, yes, the slow putting on the
I love every minute of this.
perfect.
I would like to state that I do have some too.
Oh,
They do not show up.
oh my god, yeah, they like perfectly take them out. Oh my gosh. But as we switch gears, LS, please describe your character, who you are playing.
Ink on Skin is a tall tabaxi woman, just a little shy of 6 foot. Snow leopard style. Big eyes. Is wearing mostly purple robes and a heavy cloak. There's some bulk sort of to her, whereas there are things like concealed under her cloak. Most notably, a very large, very weird looking book. But she tries to keep that hidden.
And you have left home for quite some time. You haven't seen your family in a little bit. And lately, there have been... you've been spoken to a couple of times by otherworldly forces, it seems. And usually, it's relatively clear. You kind of get the message, you understand what's happening, but it almost feels like in dreams you're being pulled in a particular direction, and you've been following that for the last few days. And you find yourself in a smaller town that is nestled in a kind of lush valley that seems to lead into a mountainside. And something is kind of pulling you towards that mountain. You're not entirely sure what's in it, but it doesn't feel like you have to climb it. It feels like you're going to have to go under it and through it. You're not sure, but you're preparing for your journey. You know that where you're being pulled, and it's been a really, really long time since you've seen a familiar face, but you've been confident in your direction, and it has not steered you wrong yet. You find yourself healthy and more confident in your abilities the more time you have away. But at this moment, it is the night before you will leave the next morning to head in that direction. But Ink has some time on her hands. What will she be doing this night, knowing that she's going to be off on quite a trek the next morning?
I think she's not terribly social. Ink has a sort of charisma about her, but it's sort of in the way that just the weirdest person in the room is charismatic, or in the way that a train wreck is charismatic. You just can't look away kind of vibe. So she's just sort of on her own in a little room she's rented with her doll and her telescope. And she's just staring into the mountain and hoping it happens again.
Group 2 is unhinged. But you're in this room by yourself for some time before you hear a knock at the door.
My doll just says, "There's a knock at the door." And I get up and go answer the door. And I just kind of open it and I'm like, "Yes."
As you open the door, you are greeted by a face you haven't seen in some time. your little sister named Wonder of Life, as she was one of the kittens that nearly did not make it. As it always feels like in a batch of kittens, one of them tries to die. Felt like she was the one that was attempting to go, but she did survive.
Hey.
What are you doing here?
Like as she kind of looks at you, she's kind of a young adult at this point, likely like 19 or so, but has always been a little bit shy. Within your family, who has always been rather academic, she has been one that did excel at that, but didn't seem particularly happy with it. And when you left, seemed to have, oh my God, we got raided again. Holy shit, sorry. Hello, David, what's up? Oh my God, David's amazing. I don't know if you know him, but his artwork is incredible, and he's also just a really, really good dude. Please give him a follow if you haven't already. His art is fucking insane. And I'll also kind of give a quick shout out to Dirty, because he is about to do a new campaign with them. I do believe David is part of it, but he did the artwork for it, and it looks so good. So go say hi to both of them, because they're both amazing. Thank you so much for the raid. Really, really appreciate it. First Rev again. Welcome back, Rev. I appreciate you coming back a second time. As mentioned, we're so close to our follower count, our goal of 600, in which case we're going to raffle off some cheesy dice. So if you like what you see and you want to hang out, feel free to give us a follow, and then stick around, because we're going to be raffling off some dice. Just here twice now. I feel that's me very often. My friends raid my friends, and then I'm just in their room twice. Double rev. But we are introducing our last secondary character, which is
our
the lovely
side
LS.
piece.
Side pieces. Sorry about that. How's the game going? It's going well. What?
You just said the word art a lot of times, but this time actually you did skip it.
I skipped what? Huh?
You sure it was art, but it's LS.
Ah! I did skip it. I did.
triple checked this time because I missed it the first
You're
time
right.
when I used you of it.
I appreciate it. I think I was so busy looking over my stuff. Let me get ink. Out here. But okay, there it is. Oh my God, the doll gif.
Accurate.
Incredible. But the game is going well. Thank you for dropping by. I understand, obviously, if you got to go take your rest after your stream or whatever. As per usual, we always raid at the end of this too. So, once we end, we'll be going to give that love somewhere else. But I super appreciate you guys dropping by. So thank you so much. And have a wonderful, wonderful night. But we're hopping in with LS's character, Ink on Skin, the Tabaxi, who, after not seeing her family for quite a while, has found her little sister knocking at her door right before she is about to adventure the next morning. But your shy sister kind of looks down at her shoes for a second and then looks back up at you. You can still see she's in the kind of nicer clothing that your family is used to, but has quite a bit of dirt and wear and tear on it. It's still held up quite a bit, but it looks like she's traveled on her own to find you.
I'm going to, after looking her over, I've kind of shuffled over and I've got my doll tucked under one arm and I've got my tail in the other hand. And I'm just going to kind of let my tail go and just sort of start fussing over her. And I'm not really saying anything, but I'm just little by little casting mending and bringing bits of clothes together and prestidigitating dirt. And I'm just not saying anything. I am just, okay, there we go. Oh, yes, we can't have, yes, that's not okay.
Oh, thanks.
Come in.
Oh, okay. She steps inside, but she kind of waits for a second and then steps forward to kind of throw her arms around you and give you a hug.
Oh, and I hug her back, and my doll in my arm goes, I love you.
I don't know if I'll ever get used to that, but I missed you.
That's lovely. I thought you all hated me.
I think a lot of them do, but
Yeah.
I don't.
They're jealous. They weren't chosen.
How have you been?
I'm lovely. How are you?
Good.
it was I had to travel a lot to get here, but now that I'm here, it's really nice to see you. I want to say you should maybe be careful. It felt really easy to find you. Like everyone knew who I was talking about the second I started describing you a little bit.
Well, I do make an impression, certainly. I think I'm just I'm a lovely, fetching young woman. I don't see anything wrong with that. And you know, I think that's fine. Why are you looking for me?
I'll go ahead and give you a persuasion check for that, actually. Let's go.
okey-dokey.
Let's go.
Let's see how we do here.
Nice. Woo! Very nice. You see her kind of pause and think that answer over before it almost feels like the truth comes spilling out of her. Well, I was really young when you left, and I didn't really get a chance to figure out what you were even about. And everyone else turned their backs on you, and I figured you were never bad or mean. You were just a little weird, and maybe someone should give you another chance, and nobody else wanted to give you that chance, and I wanted to give you a chance. So I wanted to come see you. So everyone tells me how I should feel about you, but I feel like I should be able to tell me how I feel about you. And I can't do that if I don't know you.
You came all this way for that? And I'm still just kind of like grooming her.
She's like letting you. There is no fight in her, but she
like
just kind
smoothing
of
fur and just kind of very touchy.
I mean, wouldn't you want a chance, right? I think you deserve one.
I never really cared. They thought I was weird, but I thought they were beneath my level of intellect. They were holding me back. They probably are holding you back.
You think?
They like to think that they have everything sorted out with their reputation and their politics and their pretty things. I think there's so much more to the world than that.
So what are you doing out here?
I go where the eye tells me to go. I'm going under the mountain.
Under the mountain? Can you do that?
I feel like I can. I just don't know how yet, but all will be clear in time. Do you want to come with me? It might be dangerous.
Yeah, I would like to come with you. I think yeah.
Oh, darling, that's lovely. And I'm just hugging her again and still just kind of fussing over her. And at some point, I probably am just sitting her down and like just totally doting on her in a very kind of weird, sort of invasive way that cats are.
Yeah. Yeah. It is not a lot of time before you do feel the kind of familiar rumble of a purr deep in her chest as you continue kind of grooming her, as you spend a little bit of time with her. And she continues asking you a couple of questions, and mostly like you're getting a lot of sort of mundane surface level, like, what are you doing? How are you? What have you been up to? Any news? Do you have any friends? It almost feels like a parent calling you after a while.
When she asks if I have any friends, I will cast Find Familiar, and my little snowy owl Quill will pop up.
Mm-hmm.
Friend.
Oh, who's this?
I gave him to me. This is Quill. Get it? Ink Quill.
Oh, I get it. That's a good one.
He's very sweet, and I just sort of like let him plop on her shoulder.
Oh, okay. Well, he's lighter than I thought he would be.
He's very sweet.
Oh, okay. Hi, Quill. She seems to like look at it. There seems to be like almost apprehension, but you can see that there's just like an openness to give everything a try right now. Even if there is like some hesitation through her, she's still very open to this.
You have an open mind. I didn't know when I left. That is so lovely. That is so unlike our family. I didn't realize that I didn't realize anyone would care that I left. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Like I said, I wanted to make my own opinion. I don't think it's. I don't think it's.
Darling, I'm so proud of you.
Oh, thanks. But anyway, I can get another room, and then I can join you, I guess.
Okay. Sure,
Okay.
you can stay in here with me. It's okay. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can share. I'll take top half, you take bottom half, like
Slumber party.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Sounds good. Let me get my things, and then I'll be right back.
When she leaves, I'm kind of like looking out the window. I hope that was okay to do. She came all this way. She's not like the others.
Unhinged.
I
As
can
you are
protect her.
as you are speaking, and you're looking out the window, from this view, you can see the silhouette of the mountain. And for a moment, it feels like there's almost just one spot near the base of the mountain that for just a second seems to like gleam. Just for a moment before it disappears.
Thank you. And I just sort of like play with my tail and just am kind of just purring and doing kind of like happy paws and I knew you'd show me.
It's not too long before your little sister comes back to the room with about two what almost looks like suitcases, one that's like a large backpack and one that she's probably been like hefting around for a little while. Someone who clearly does not know how to travel efficiently.
How did you get all this way? Oh, sweet girl.
I had to bring all my books and things. I can't leave them behind.
Oh, books. I love books. And I'm going to pull out my grimoire and show it to her. And it is just this massive leather tome that almost has like an oily cover to it, where in certain lights it looks like just brown leather, and certain it's got like a green hinge to it. It's just sort of, the colors almost seem to wave and change in your periphery or how you look at it.
Whoa. What is this?
This is what the eye gave me.
Oh. How?
I was looking through the telescope at the Great Observatory, and there was a terrible storm. And it was raging and raging in the mountains for days. And I was looking at it, and I saw an eye, bigger than the mountain itself, glowing green. And it blinked. And I heard it choose me. And it promised to give me power, and I would be its vessel here on this plane. I'm helping it, him, them, and they helped me. They gave me my book, and they gave me Quill, and they gave me freedom.
Do you know what you're helping the Eye to do?
There is some quest, and I only get bits here and there, and often in dreams. And I don't always understand it at first. Sometimes it's like puzzle pieces with rough edges, forced into place. And it feels wonderful. Do you fight?
Do I what?
Fight. You
Fight?
know,
Oh no.
magic.
No. Oh,
Nothing?
I know I can do some magic. I don't fight. I
You're
don't.
such a clever girl.
Thanks. That's why I need the books. I need those.
I'll start flipping through my little book of shadows here and start showing her some of my spells that I have learned as the Pact of the Tome.
So you're looking over it. Whoa, that's you see her reaching into like the larger bag that was likely dragged or like rolled in some capacity, and as she takes out the first book that's on top of it and opens it up, it does seem to be a spell book of some kind, likely a mix of hers and kind of like an instructional spell book and such, but putting your books next to each other is night and day. Hers is very neat, organized, as academic as you could expect. Everything is very clear to follow. And yours, I will let you describe what that looks like in comparison.
Again, the pages seem to have a sort of green hue to it. It's like, not necessarily that they glow, but it's almost like when you're looking at them, you feel like there's a lens over your eye, and or your glasses are dirty or something, and it's just not fully in focus. And again, the ink on them sort of tends to glow green, and there's like an almost oily but glowing tinge to all of it. But it's also like her handwriting is very big and broad and bold, but there's also little doodles in the corners and eyes and random quotes and snippets from dreams and just random stuff. And there's like lots of pictures of Quill and like feathers and just random little things here and there, where it could almost be a teenager's notebook if it weren't for like the spells.
Yeah.
Like hex.
Yup.
It's like Hunger of Hadar, here's a doodle. But she doesn't, being a warlock, she doesn't have, I'm guessing from the vibes that Wonder's a wizard or a sorcerer.
Yeah.
So I think she probably has a lot more spells than I do as a warlock. Mine just pack a punch.
You do find quite a bit of like spells within that list, and as she's kind of looking over yours, and seems to be like kind of taken aback, but is attempting to kind of piece together what's here. Oh, okay. I think I get where. All right. I could read it, I think. But I've been learning a lot of new things, which has been really fun. And
I want to hear all about it. I can't believe how much I've missed out on with you. What is your field?
I wanted to go into a transmutation.
Oh, that's so fun.
Oh, yeah. It is pretty cool. He changing something from another thing. Anyway, I have a lot of things to show you, but I'm just happy I got to meet with you again. You said you were going somewhere tomorrow, right?
I think there's going to be a door in the mountain.
A door?
I think so.
Cool. All right. Okay. Well, why don't we rest and then we can talk on the way?
Okay.
Okay.
Have you eaten?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
I usually take my meals in my rooms. I don't like to eat in the common space. I like to eat with a book, but this is better.
I agree.
She gives you another hug.
Oh. I just sort of like get snuggly and like do the kitty wiggle and just get really comfy.
Yeah. And I fully imagine she curls up like a donut, you know, the cat donuts where they're just like, you know, fully curled after kind of stripping down to sort of her underclothes. As she still maintains some of the proper etiquette that her family has instilled in her, so she will not crawl into bed in her travel clothes, but she does kind of curl up on one end of the bed and we'll sleep with you tonight.
I'm looking at Discord.
Don't. I can't. It's, yeah. It's going to be pouring right out. But as long as you rest as well, the morning comes and thankfully is peaceful. Your little sister is still there in the morning. Her bag's still there, but she was probably a little bit more tired than she let on, which was part of the reason she probably suggested some rest.
I'll let her sleep as
wake,
long as she needs to.
Yeah, she's out for a little bit longer than you would have normally left, but you are
I'll get
your normal time.
food and just have things ready for her when she's conscious again.
She does wake up later in the morning. It's probably like closer to 11 by the time she rises, which you know in your family is just not allowed, really. Like everyone gets up real nice and early in the morning.
It kind of pleases me. I'm like, come to the dark side, we sleep in.
But when she wakes up, you see her kind of rubbing at her eyes and then looking out the window and then back at you. Oh, did I sleep in? Are we late?
No. I don't think I have ever been late in my life. I just go on my own time.
Okay. Good. Okay. Anyway, maybe breakfast and then we go?
Yes. And I like have food. Some of it's probably cold by now as we're a little bit closer to lunch, but I've got a good sampling of things, whatever they had at the end.
Mm-hmm. And the two of you eat. Give me an insight check as you guys are eating, actually.
Oh, I'm very insightful.
0. Holy shit!
I just want the rest of us to like take a minute and pay attention because this is how you do it.
Big fat 0 modifier.
Yeah, LS took all of them from us.
Oh my god!
Falling out of control right now.
I feel like that's
Amazing.
literally on par with Nima's like intelligence check that she had that she succeeded.
Yeah, for real. The people who are like, you have all the odds against you, and they're like, no problem, wham. So good. Yeah, as you are both eating,
I'm gonna die in front of this poor child.
Hey now, she might die first.
Oh god, if she's lucky.
Oh boy. As you two are eating, there's a couple of things you're able to kind of glean. You guys have a little bit of conversation as you're eating, of course, but just from being her big sister and being able to kind of watch her in a relaxed state, there's a couple things you're able to notice. And the first is, she doesn't love the food, but it feels almost like she's resigned to understand that like food that's not from her expensive family is never going to be as impressive while she's out. But you don't see her upset about it. As she's having it, she's like, all right, it's not great, but it's fine, you know, no complaints. But you can recognize that at least she's like, yeah, this is what my life will be now. I've chosen this in her expression.
When I notice her doing that, I'm not even going to say anything. I am just going to use prestidigitation to make things taste better, a little bit more like home.
Oh,
Just with a little knowing smile, and just that
visibly.
perma stare.
Oh, so are you doing this like clearly in front of her, or is it like a little bit sneaky?
Oh no, I'm not even trying to hide it.
Okay, so you very clearly do it. All right, so you kind of watch you do this, and then immediately afterwards it's just, all right, that's a good idea. I never really thought of doing that. Yeah. Huh.
I love a good cantrip.
Yeah. Boy, that's a good one.
It
You
is.
see her almost like disappointed in herself that she never tried or thought to try it. But another part of you kind of recognizes with your nat 20 that a good part of her is just trying to push herself into different experiences, even if it's not something she'd love. But
This
in
sweet
this
little
kind
college
of
girl.
yeah, exactly. This is college girl energy all over the place. But in getting this tasty, like reminiscent flavor from her big sister, she's in no position or state to be upset about it. Instead,
She just
she's
left
rather.
Bible college to go backpacking.
That's what it is. Oh my gosh! But breakfast is had, and the two of you are ready to venture off towards the mountains. During this time, she's going to help you as best she can, but we'll see how you guys make it through. As mentioned, this is a very lush valley, so there's quite a bit of wildlife in this area, lots of various things that could interfere with your travel. But go ahead and give me a survival check at advantage because you do have someone who is helping you.
I also, it doesn't matter because I'm already at advantage, but I would have Quill up above us, so I can sometimes sort of bamf in and get an overhead view.
Okay, sounds good.
But I got my good rolls out of the way, so let's... Oh, okay then.
Let's keep them coming. You're good
Fuck
to
all
go.
y'all.
There are a couple times where you hear kind of like footsteps rustling and such in the area, and you very quickly kind of steer your way around the dangers. And there are a couple times where your little sister is like, "That is super poisonous. Don't touch it. Okay, let's go this way. Don't brush up against it." But between the two of you, her kind of being trained in many different things, and you being able to kind of sense your way through this, as well as have your owl give you a hand. You're both able to navigate through the forest down here quite seamlessly.
And I've just got that glimpse that I got last night, like in my mind's eye.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of imagining myself on a straight line towards it, even though we're not moving in a straight line.
Yeah, you're twisted and turning, but you are closing in on it, and you can feel that you're going in the right direction. And by the time you do make it, and you know in your heart of hearts that this is the spot. This is right here. You make it past the last clearing of trees, and you are able to see what looks almost like a sheer wall of that mountain right in front of you. But the more you stare, the more you start to witness what looks like almost like an outline. That same color gleam that you saw last night, like painting a doorway in front of you.
I kind of look over at my sister. Do you see it?
The mountain?
I'm gonna put my hand up against it and see if anything happens.
Are you touching it or just kind of like above it, I guess?
I'm touching it.
Okay. The moment you touch it, you watch as that seam kind of flares with life once again. And you watch as the vegetation that has kind of crawled up the side of this mountain starts to kind of peel away, much like wallpaper off of a wall. And eventually, what is stone instead kind of shifts until you watch it almost like melt into the walls around, opening into what looks like a pathway inside. By the time you turn, your sister's jaw is agape.
I knew it would be here.
What? What? You turned a mountain into like mud. What was that?
No, it was already here.
Whoa, that was... Wow. So what's inside? And you see her step up beside you.
You should let me go first.
Okay.
Just in case.
Okay, yeah. No, I'll be right behind you, though.
And technically, Quill is going first.
Oh, sure. Are you gonna have him kind of like scout the area first, or just be a little bit ahead of you? Okay. Have your boy Quill give me a perception check.
Oh shit, that's the only thing I didn't add here. I don't... Fuck,
right, well,
I need the owl stats.
It's okay. I'll kick it up.
Shit.
Just
The
roll
one
an
thing I
d20
didn't have
plus
already.
3.
Okay,
It's a
cool.
plus 3 for them. I just looked it up. So go ahead and roll that, and then we'll just use that for now. Oh my god. Okay, nice. 15. And owls, if they don't have dark vision, I'm gonna be mad. They do. Thank goodness.
They do.
Okay. It's like they must. Your lovely little Quill scouts out this area and then comes back. And for a little bit of the time, you're able to, swap your consciousness into his and be able to see where he's going and such. It doesn't seem very deep. There seems to be one particular tunnel that weaves quite a bit, not a very straight line, but it still kind of continues forward. And it eventually empties into a room that looks like it is wall-to-wall bookcases. It is a very large room.
I'm going to...
Jesus. I need to hide that. Good.
I'm going to... I don't know if I can do this, but I'm going to take my tail and I'm going to cast light on the tip of it.
Yes, I'm letting that happen. That's hilarious. Yes. Oh my gosh.
And I'm going to pay careful attention to the walls and the floor as I move in. I'm looking for a trap on the way in.
Perception check, or perception or investigation. Investigation will take you a little bit longer, but it will be a more thorough check. Damn. As you work your way through, there are a few moments where that same gleam, that same exact color, and the more you're seeing it, the more you realize it does seem to be in the shape of an eye. And even the doorway that you walked into was slightly kind of peaked as though it were an eye as well. But you're starting to watch that gleam kind of pick up in the corners of your eye, and as you're walking through this tunnel. And as you continue forward, without a doubt, you are feeling various magic wards of some kind be dismantled as you walk forward. Your eye is watching and protecting you even here. It seems to want you to continue.
I do as the eye bids. I feel like everything is how it's supposed to be. I feel so loved and welcomed.
As you continue, you do quite a distance from you, of course, but not super far. She's probably about like 20 feet behind you or so. Continuing behind, and she seems to have a little wand in her hand, and that seems to be lit up with a light spell of her own, but a little bit behind you, and is just, well, this goes on for a little bit, huh?
Wait till you see.
Oh, do you know what's at the end?
I do. Quill showed me.
Sounds fun. Let's go.
You're gonna love it. It's a surprise.
Okay, I'm going. She continues on with you, and eventually the two of you breach this giant room, as mentioned. The ceilings feel too tall. This is all hewn out of the mountain itself, stony in every direction, but towering 30, 40 feet above you are bookshelves, seemingly never-ending bookshelves. This room itself seems to be almost like 40, 50 feet down before it kind of curves off to the side, full of books, dark and dank. A place that has not been exposed to life in some time. but miraculously, even at a glance, these books have not deteriorated or shown many signs of wear other than sort of cobwebs and a few bugs that are skittering about. But otherwise, rife for the taking. And as you step into this room and your sister follows behind her, or behind you, you see her eyes just immediately widen. What is all this?
I do a sort of like wiggle in place and just sort of like rub against one of the bookshelves as I come in and just look for what calls to me. What one
as
is the most special? What one am I here for?
As you're doing this, there's like a bit of almost a squeal coming from your sister beside you. Who's like, ah! This is so cool! Oh my god! Okay, where do we start? And as she's like that, and you're trying to find out, give me an insight check. We'll see which one sticks out to you.
I'm gonna re-roll that. I have the.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not a reroll. You get to add it to this number. So just roll a flat d20 and you add it to your 10.
Wait,
I
just
just rolled
rolled
differently here.
Okay.
This does work because you have a +0, but essentially, the insight, or not the insights, the advantage is inspiration. What is the word? Okay, I got there. What we do is you roll a d20 and you add it to that roll. So the 10 plus the 7 would be nice 17. So as you look around, again, that gleam comes through. And it's a little bit further down, like nearly right where that bend in the wall comes. But it is within eyesight of what you can see. There's one particular book that's standing out to you.
Just laser focus, laser pointer, just go for it.
And your sister's like, what are we going to look at? Oh, all right. Kind of follows after you, but still kind of just looking around herself. What is your passive perception?
Oh, I'm sure it's wonderful. It's a 13.
It's a 13. Okay. As mentioned, laser focus. You rush on forward. And there's one kind of slim book. It almost feels almost more like a pamphlet than anything. Couldn't be more than 50 pages. There's not a lot in it. But you can see on that thin spine along it, there is no title. But for just a second, you watch as along the spine of that book, an eye opens, blinks, and then closes and disappears.
I just take it. Thank you. And I open it.
The first thing you see are words that are scattered across this page. There's nothing that seems legible here. You recognize the letters, but it's almost like they're not letters. It almost feels like they're sounds that somehow your brain is trying to recognize, and it's almost like it's getting tangled in your own mind. Please give me an intelligence saving throw. Okay. As the sounds and everything seems to kind of warp and change along this page, you watch as they start to kind of reorganize in front of you, almost like they're being spelled out phonetically. You don't see the words specifically until you almost have to like say the sounds out loud. And as you start to read it, the first words that you start to read are something approaches. And afterwards, there's some kind of name that you don't recognize. And afterwards, you see aberration, ivory. After that, collector, or it almost sounds like connoisseur, but it could be collector of souls. It continues going on, and in that time, you hear your sister, "Hey, what's that?"
What?
You see at this point that she has a book open in her hands, and you watch as in the spine, like the center of that book, you see that gleam go off again. And you've been communicating with your patron for some time, and it has been leading you in many different directions. But this gleam that goes off in the center of this book is not one of, let me say, it's not compelling you to come closer. Instead, it feels almost like a warning, almost like a danger, like a flare.
Wonder, put that down.
What do you mean?
I don't think we're meant to look at that one.
What? And as she kind of starts to look at you, the gleam goes off again, a lot more vividly this time. And then you see her kind of looking at her hands. Ow! And you see
I
she's
hurry
trying
over
to
and I take it from her. I rip it from her.
As you rush forward, you can hear and feel and smell the sizzling of her fur against it as she's trying to detach her hands from it, but it feels like it is both burning and holding her in place. If you're trying to like wrench it out of her hand, go ahead and give me a strength athletics? We'll say athletics.
That tracks.
Oh, there it is. It seems stuck on her fur itself and skin, and as you're pulling and she's pulling as well, it does not detach, but you hear initially that sort of like, ow, like almost like questioning the pain, get more dramatic. Ow, it hurts! Just trying to wrench her hands free, and it is not working. The flaring of that symbol, the eye coming off of this, is trying everything it can to warn you about this, but it will not detach from her.
I try to hex it. I try to hex its constitution. It's a book.
It is a book. Post hex for me if you don't mind.
Sure. It's just kind of my go-to.
It is a creature. Unfortunately, this is not a creature. Yeah.
Primal savagery. My claws extend and become monstrous, and I try to rip it from her.
Okay. As this is happening, you hear panic kind of taking over. I can't cast. I can't even dispel it. My hands are stuck. Go ahead and give me another. Actually, just give me a spell attack roll instead.
Okay.
Ooh, nice. Very nice.
You got claws.
Your claws are doing some of the work, and you feel as your like grip on this comes up that warning flare comes up one last time, nearly blinding you as it does as a beacon of warning. But in this moment, you are protective, and you are digging your claws into this tome and this book, and you're able to wrench it free from her hands. As it does, you hear the sickening kind of plop of some of her skin coming off on the actual spine of this book and the sides. And you hear her kind of scream and then try and hold her own hands as she clutches them against her chest. And as this starts to happen, the gleam that went off and nearly blinded you for a second disappears, almost as though it's snuffed out. It doesn't feel like it meant to go away. It felt like it was pushed away. And in that moment, your sister watches as your head snaps back, your eyes go fully white, and as you kind of start to regain a little bit of your senses, and this book seems absolutely stuck to your hands, you see along the back of one of your hands that's kind of clutched onto this book, 2 letters that seem to just be imprinted into the back of your hand that were not there before. And you watch as V appears before your vision goes black and your body hits the floor. And the last thing you hear is your sister, Ink! Before you collapse. Ink is down.
If Avengers lived up to their name, half these people would still be alive.
Jesus. Anyway, I did have plans for us to continue going, but it is 1:15, and I really had fun letting a lot of these scenes kind of stretch their legs and have their moments. So I want to end our night here now that everybody has met their end, and we will be picking up with it right after this moment. I want a super huge thank you to my players, because this was a unusual session where they couldn't really interact with each other, with the exception of 2 of you. So thank you very much for being patient and engaged as other things were happening. So I really, really appreciate you guys. As always, you're fucking amazing. So as per usual, we always end with a raid, but we also let everyone introduce themselves one more time, say where they may be found, and if they have anything exciting coming up soon. And I will get us started with Ava, because I do believe Ava got us started tonight with a natural 2 to get her on board.
What is up, my darlings and dears? It's your Madam Ava here. You can find me anywhere at Madam Ava Couture on the socials, or you can find me at my second vacation home, Folk and Myth. I don't have anything on there right now, but it's coming up soon. Or you can follow me on Thursdays over at Sword and Key for their Pride mini shot, where I play a cheerleader that graduated from high school, trying to survive cult activity at a summer camp. She will read people for filth. Pray for me. I want to be final girl. I want to be black final girl. So manifest that for me. Someone already died. And the first episode happened a couple days ago. Someone died like right off the bat. So manifesting.
I mean, we all died.
But happy Pride. Happy Pride!
Happy Pride!
Give money to the queers in your life, and Juneteenth is coming up, so give money to the black people you know in your life. And that's it.
And give double money to the black queers.
That LS, I'm taking it over to you. You go.
Yeah, I'm LS, and my face hurts from doing this. That was not the voice I had planned for her, but by the time it got to me, my roommate was asleep. So I'm like, this is what we're doing. We're rolling. And now I'm committed, and I hate it.
I have to say, like, a part of me was terrified. Yeah, well, actually, that's a good point. What is your original voice?
Kind of close to. I can't do it because my roommate's asleep.
Oh, okay, that's true. Yeah.
Kind of close to Laudna in Critical Role, but not British, just kind of over-exaggerated and like just really excitable and just really loud and high-pitched and sort of like Effie Trinket, but no British.
Okay. Genuinely, I was terrified you were going to choose another accent I couldn't do, and I'd be like,
No.
she's your fucking sister, so I have to make it sound kind of similar. We're going to figure out what that sounds like. And I was like, thank goodness, she just sounds regular.
I was like, on the fly, I was like, I gotta be a little quiet. We're just gonna roll with weird. But yeah, hi, I'm so happy to be here. I'm LS, I'm adopted, and that's okay. Found family is what matters. I'm not anywhere to be found, but here forever.
So you don't want to be kidnapped by anybody anymore? You don't want to be adopted anywhere else because you only want to be here forever?
I mean, I have room for side pieces.
All right.
But yeah, I'm so happy to be here. Happy Pride! Asexuals count. Let's see, let's go over to Evie.
All right, hello. Yes, asexuals do fucking count. So I am Evie, the Disaster GM. Normally you can find me over on Alter Deco Archives, where I run Cypher system-based TTRPGs. In fact, we have a session that will be going today, tomorrow-ish, depending on what your time zone is, 3 p.m. Eastern, for Empyrean Wilds. One of our characters just disappeared in a giant circle of magically displaced terrain. So that's a circumstance that's happening. But tonight I was Nero. Previously I had been Jet City. It is Pride Month. Support your queers, support your creators, etc. I'm fucking tired and it is humid as shit here. So I am going to pass it off to Nenners.
Yeah, I'm Nenners. I played Kuvu, who was then brutally murdered. Thank you, Foos. And
yeah, but you got him on the way out. It's fine.
Yeah, I got him good.
What a fucking baller move! And then you crit anyway. That was sick.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
You should be double blind.
He's super blind. In this realm and the next. Anywho, DMing some stuff. We'll be doing some dark matter horror campaign hopefully soon, a week or two. And I think that's all I have on my plate at the moment. Foozca and I are still juggling another thing. Also, you know what? I'm going to say it right here. We have our RPG channel in our Discord. Let me know what you guys think about. I just fucking left my head. Daggerheart. So we were all kind of been looking into it, and
I found it distasteful, but I'm happy to see what they changed.
Okay. Yeah, my concern
So we
right
didn't mean
now
now.
is
Yeah.
initiative. I don't know how you do initiative in like a BTT space. Like if we're all at a table, I think it's easier to
I
hash
remember you
that
just
out.
can't
Like,
make it up.
but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I digress. Anita, take it away, please.
Anita, hello internet. I have been Anita, and I have played not Lizette, but Alexei Petrov, Dr. Alexei Petrov, Underdark Dwarf. I literally forgot to say this during session, but he has an eye patch too. So Craven and Alexei were momentarily eye patch brothers, and eye trauma is just like apparently on the menu for side pieces.
Eyes.
But yeah, like Alexei Petrov uses he/him pronouns. Anita uses they/she pronouns. And what else am I saying? I'm saying that you can find me on Spotify with the Issues podcast, playing Masks, a new generation, playing a little anxious lesbian who really has my whole heart. We're like getting into some good parts of the podcast. Some very fun episodes are being released. We might be like about to take a hiatus soon. So now's a very good time to catch up. I'm pretty sure like 10 episodes are out right now. So check out Issues on wherever you get your podcasts. And that is me. I'm gonna toss it to the man with the magical shovel. Joe, take it away.
Hello. I'm Joe. That was Craven. He's an odd combination of classes and had a bad time with ice zombies, but we'll have a hilarious time dealing with the juxtaposition of basically all the characters and their counterparts. It's gonna be good stuff. I'm mostly just here. I have my Twitch, it's my Cosmic God, but I haven't been there in a minute. I have a busy life doing other things, but maybe eventually. In the meantime, I'm here doing this, and then on Fridays I was doing the thing that ended, but we're gonna be doing Dark Matter, and I'll be doing that, and probably other stuff. Maybe Daggerheart, and we'll see if they made it any better. I don't think so, but we'll look. We'll see. Anywho, that's me. And now Foos, you go.
Yeah, hello. Foos, we're back here again. This was so much fun. I imagine we'll be back next week, but you know, we'll see how schedules are and how everyone's feeling and such. I was desperately looking around for someone to raid, and everyone's been on for hours, but I finally just found someone. And part of the reason I wanted to go see them is like they have really, really cool art. And they have some pride emotes, so let's go say hello. But we're gonna go raid the Nat Chan. Don't know if that's how you say it, but I'm doing my best. I'm sorry. We're gonna go raid them. Thank you so much, everyone. Again, another thank you to our raiders. We had many. We had
So many.
And so we were very, very lucky. I know David was one, Razamataz, the Litching Hour. I think that it was the 3. But thank you so much for the raids. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, my wonderful players. Because again, as I mentioned, this was a bit of a different style episode, so everyone had to be a little bit more patient and such. So thank you, everyone. Wonderful time. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you later. Have a great night, guys. Bye.
Bye.